guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. Divers have retrieved more bodies from the wreckage of a luxury yacht that sunk this week off the coast of the Italian island of Sicily. British billionaire Mike Lynch went missing with members of his family, friends and staff during Monday's tragedy when a violent storm caused the boat to capsize in the Mediterranean Sea. Our Europe correspondent is Giles Gibson.
Specialist divers have been flown in to search the wreckage that's lying on its side on the seafloor, about 50 metres below the surface. Their task is extremely challenging. The wreck is so deep they can only spend about 10 minutes searching before they have to resurface again.
A deal to end the fighting in Gaza is on the brink of collapse after America's top diplomat left the Middle East with no truce in place. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 9th visit to the region since the start of the war came amid days of negotiations to secure a ceasefire, but his trip ended without an agreement. To another conflict, Ukraine, where more than 2 weeks have passed since its forces launched its surprise incursion into Russia. Megumi Lim has this update from Kyiv.
Ukrainian forces advanced 28 to 35 kilometers into Russia's Kursk region and were now in control of 93 settlements and more than 1,200 square kilometers of territory. Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia began more than 2 weeks ago and has led to the evacuation of thousands of people on both sides of the border. President Zelensky said Ukraine was trying to create a buffer zone and to degrade Moscow's military potential. On Wednesday, authorities said evacuations were being planned for the 45 residents living in Ukraine's Sumy region, which borders the Kursk region. Officials said Russian forces have been pushed back from the border because of the incursion and artillery attacks have decreased, but airstrikes have intensified.
New jobs stats from the United States suggest job growth has been less positive than previously thought. Caroline Malone reports.
Employers added about 174,000 jobs a month for the 12 months leading up to March. That's revising downwards previous estimates. It's part of a preliminary process in which surveys are reconciled to get more accurate numbers and will become official next year. It does show that strong jobs growth has been less strong than previously thought. There is potential vulnerability in the jobs market, which has been touted as secure. That'll likely impact the Federal Reserve decision on monetary policy as they consider inflation and job numbers.
And the last elephant in South Africa's National Zoo has been released back into the wild after 40 years of captivity. The elephant, Charlie, was captured in 1984 from a Zimbabwean national park when he was just 2 years old. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be levelled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. Divers have retrieved more bodies from the wreckage of a luxury yacht that sunk this week off the coast of the Italian island of Sicily. A deal to end the fighting in Gaza is on the brink of collapse after America's top diplomat left the Middle East with no ceasefire in place. And new economic stats from the United States suggest job growth has been less positive than previously thought. I'm Benji Hire in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All righty, cue the microphone. It is showtime once again. Round and round we go as we close out a Wednesday, midweek in the books. Time to work our way into a Thursday. Start looking toward the weekend. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another crisp, comfortable night outside the secret bunker, 57 degrees on a clear night as the moon begins the process of waning. It's been a beautiful full moon the last couple of nights. So how we doing around the country? Not a bad night for most areas, with the exception of some fairly decent storm activity in the central portions of the country, the north central states. Now looking at western Nebraska on up through the central portions of South Dakota, separate line up in western portions of North Dakota. A lot of monsoonal moisture tonight, bringing rain to the Four Corners region. The heaviest wind is in northern portions of Arizona, but you'll find spotty showers through southern Colorado, northern portions of New Mexico. But the very cool temperatures that continue to hang on, feeling more like October in the northeastern portions of the country. Looks like this is probably going to be the coolest night of the week. Wednesday night into Thursday morning as temperatures bottom out early October. After which a warming trend does indeed begin. We may end with a bit of summer heat surging back into some areas next week. The big storm responsible for the refreshing but unseasonably cool conditions, bringing low humidity from the Great Lakes to the coastal areas in the northeast, even some areas of the southeast. A lot of folks woke up Wednesday morning downright chilly. Yeah, some areas 20 degrees lower than normal for this time of year. Maybe the chilliest night again will be tonight. We're going to be talking widespread low temperatures in the 40s and 50s over the region, bottoming out close to the 60-degree mark near the Chesapeake Bay. Then things begin warming up, especially as we head through the weekend. By the weekend, temperatures should be back close to average, historical average for this time of year. We'll be talking near the 80-degree mark over the northern tier of the middle and upper 80s around the Chesapeake Bay. But several days, multiple days of rain-free weather is in store through much of the region once New England finally dries out here, which they are doing as we speak. Not much of anything happening. Still some spotty showers in the northernmost regions of New England. So despite the drier pattern, we still could see some late night and early morning valley fog later this week and this weekend. Winds will be light, the skies will be clear, and the humidity, the uptick in moisture, will be bringing some of that fog in. Further to the west, the extreme heat continues to actually build and expand northward over the Great Plains this weekend. At some point around the middle days of next week, some of that heat and the humidity will spike back into the northeastern portions of the country. In other words, the return of temperatures in the 90s for a couple of days from southern Pennsylvania and New Jersey, southward through Virginia and West Virginia. There may be a little more resistance to the big heat making its way back into New England or upstate New York. You'll be talking still highs in the 80s in those northeastern locations. So the temperature roller coaster continues for the northeast, bottom of the hill as we speak. You start warming up and then bottom it out again. Change of the seasons is coming on pretty quickly here. All right, lots to cover as we get the brand new day underway. I've been trying to follow the latest on the potential rail strike in Canada. As of the midnight hour Eastern Time, it is Thursday morning, and I'll be looking for the latest updates, barring any sort of a last-minute sort of agreement or deal. I believe that strike would be beginning as we speak. The latest we could find, Justin Trudeau did not intervene this past day as Canada braces for the unprecedented shutdown of its two largest freight railroads. Breitbart News reported that the Canadian Prime Minister has bowed to demands from the leftist in his coalition not to intervene. According to the report, employees seeking to avoid government action in support of the railroad companies, no matter what the cost might be. That shutdown was again slated to begin at 12:01 a.m. Thursday morning. We're talking about the union representing some 9,300 employees, from train crews to dispatchers at Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Kansas City, the country's largest railroads. Now, with the two rails, unusually, they normally stagger their labor contracts to avoid just this kind of scenario. Canadian National asked for a one-year extension last year that brought their negotiations into this year. Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Kansas City stopped shipping hazardous materials earlier this week in anticipation of the potential work stoppage. They've been slowly shutting down other traffic as the Thursday 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time deadline is upon us. Analysts say shutting down food shipments at the height of harvest season could cause prices to spike and leave grocery store shelves empty, while a prolonged strike could cause billions of dollars in damage. We had shared last evening both the U.S. and Canadian Chambers of Commerce had issued a joint statement saying the government must take action to ensure the goods continue to move reliably between the two countries. So that was pretty much the last gasp hope. They were thinking that the government might intervene. That's what happened on this side, if you'll recall. Was it last year or 2022 when the Biden administration pretty much forced the rail workers to continue working? Now, what we could say is business groups are warning of devastating consequences to the North American economy. All right, the two railways stretching across Canada into the U.S., and in the case of Canadian Pacific, all the way into Mexico, as a matter of fact. This strike would disrupt the operations of several critical industries across the continent, including agriculture, construction, meat processing, car manufacturing, and leave tens of thousands of commuters without transportation in Canada's largest cities. It would be the first time in Canadian history that both rail operators have a labor stoppage at the same time. Chamber of Commerce said a stoppage of service will be devastating to Canadian businesses and families, impacting U.S. economy significantly as well. U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg said earlier this week that the administration was monitoring the labor negotiations. The chief executive of a U.S. railroad, Union Pacific, wrote to the Canadian labor minister asking him to intercede in this dispute, according to the copy of the letter seen by the Financial Times, stating that a prolonged shutdown would have significant cascading effects. Agriculture, shipping more than 25,000 cars per week. That figure will go to zero during this strike or lockout, according to the chief executive of Canadian Pacific, stating earlier this week that they were committed to reaching an agreement. The strike threat has already begun to have an impact on our supply chains across the continent. According to Union Pacific, some ocean shipments bound for Canadian ports have rerouted to the U.S. Trains have stopped carrying hazardous cargo, including fertilizer. Now, it could take the railways 3 to 5 days to catch up for each day that they are shut down. So the numbers will be adding up gradually, very quickly with this strike. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hello to Jacob, checking in from Kingsport, Tennessee, out of the box here. Norman on board from North Central Kansas. Coffee is on the boil. The big tipper's loaded. We're headed south to Wichita. I don't know where it all comes from, but this makes about 200 tons of scrap in just the last 2 weeks. Well, they're keeping you busy, right? Everybody have a good morning. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, the Hot Shot secret hidden bunker. Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Yes, the stick shit eliminator mic is on. Stay, Bill, you're late. It's 844-844-3388 to be a part of the show. Yes, cool 57 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. The moon shining bright, so heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, kick back and relax. Turn up that volume, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. All right. Hello, Marianne. Good morning to the overnight family. Everybody have a great day. Shorty is I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. Orlando turnaround number 2. Here we go. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida, who says, good morning, Steve. Had a terrible day. Hopefully, your amazing show will turn things around. Well, let's see what we can do for you there, Jeffrey. Good morning from my fellow insomniacs. Brett checks in from the Mile High City. Clear, 73 degrees in Denver tonight. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there and all the first responders as well. This is my Friday. We'll be seeing some old friends this weekend. Hope everybody stays safe. Have a great morning. All right, you do the same. Enjoy that time with your friends. Larry, darn, it's Thursday, not Friday. I got one more day to work before I can take a couple of nights off. Were you trying to get ahead of yourself there? Hello to young Colton. Good morning, everybody. I start high school Monday. All right, last couple of nights off, and then you're going to have to hit the hay in an earlier hour, right? Thanks for checking in there, Colton. And congratulations, high school. That's another big step in life, right? Rubber Duck, Rockford, Illinois to Minnesota tonight. Yep, I'm lost. Heat Wave, good evening from Fresno, California. We're headed for Medford, Oregon in just a few. Not much happening here, as would be expected. Fresno, no one ever goes to Fresno. Okay. Cap and Ron checking in, 78 degrees at the Cafe Risque. Ain't getting no biscuits and gravy here. Semper Fi. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. It's Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday Eve. Hope everybody's having a good night. Doing the usual run tonight, playing truck driver, annoying those speed governed. Got a beautiful moonlit night rolling on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. 60 degrees outside at this point in time. Underway on a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
restrictions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as I scour the internet for any sort of update, I know the supposedly talks were continuing through the past day there in Canada. But at this point in time, I'm not seeing anything about any sort of an 11th hour deal having been made. They tell us Canada sends about 75% of all goods it exports to the U.S., mostly over rail. And a prolonged dispute could disrupt shipments of a wide range of goods, from grains to beans to potash, coal, and timber. Negotiations had stalled over shift scheduling, fatigue provisions, and wages. Millions of Canadians, workers, farmers, businesses across the country, according to the Prime Minister, are counting on both sides to do the work and get a resolution. He just issued some brief remarks, did not take any questions. As we know, dozens of trade organizations warned last week that the disruption would have an immediate impact from coast to coast and damage Canada's reputation as a trading partner. Factoring in the millions of Canadian jobs that would be impacted, the magnitude of this disruption is daunting, they say. Tuesday, there was a joint statement, as we've mentioned, from the U.S. and Canadian Chambers of Commerce. This will be devastating to Canadian businesses and families, significant impacts on the U.S. economy. So both the CPKC and Canadian Northern had told the union they'll begin locking out members Thursday. Rail networks in the U.S. and Mexico continue to operate, but the stoppage north of the border could very well be felt across North America, they're telling us. Some $380 billion Canadian in goods is moved by rail every year, and the railways move about half the company's goods for export. This week, both sides had already begun pausing shipments in preparation for this morning. Now, this could also snarl commuter transit in the likes of Toronto and Montreal, as some of the dispatchers will be on the work stoppage as well. A director at the University of Manitoba Transport Institute said the government would likely pass back to work legislation if the sides couldn't come to an agreement. And from everything we're hearing, when Trudeau said he's not going to intervene. So here we are. It is 844-844-3388. All right, get to some of our industry headlines here as we roll toward news break. It's that time of year once again. The deadline for the Heavy Highway Vehicle Use Tax, Form 2290. It's almost here. That's paid annually to the Internal Revenue Service on vehicles with a gross weight of 55,000 pounds or more. Tax period runs July 1 to June 30 each year. for trucks and other taxable vehicles in use during July. Form 2290 and payments are usually due August 31st with no penalty. Now, this year, August 31 lands on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend, so the deadline gave a couple of extra days to September 3rd. That would be the Tuesday after the Labor Day. But in other words, time is running out. State governments require proof of payment of the highway use tax as a condition of vehicle registration. For trucks operating with a combined gross vehicle weight of 75,000 pounds or more, the fee is $550. For newly purchased trucks, the fee is due on the last day of the month following the first month of use. It does get kind of confusing from time to time. What you need when you're filing a 2290, which can be done by mail or online: business name and address, employer identification number, your vehicle identification number, taxable gross weight of your truck, and the first used month of your truck. OOIDA points out they can help with filing these forms. The OOIDA Permits and Licensing Department can assist members for a service fee. You can call the number 816-229-5791. There are other services out there, but OOIDA cautions truckers, make sure you know the full extent of the fees being charged before opting to use one of those services.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. Divers have retrieved more bodies from the wreckage of a luxury yacht that sunk this week off the coast of the Italian island of Sicily. British billionaire Mike Lynch went missing with members of his family, friends and staff during Monday's tragedy when a violent storm caused the boat to capsize in the Mediterranean Sea. Our Europe correspondent is Giles Gibson.
Specialist divers have been flown in to search the wreckage that's lying on its side on the seafloor, about 50 metres below the surface. Their task is extremely challenging. The wreck is so deep they can only spend about 10 minutes searching before they have to resurface again.
A deal to end the fighting in Gaza is on the brink of collapse after America's top diplomat left the Middle East with no truce in place. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 9th visit to the region since the start of the war came amid days of negotiations to secure a ceasefire, but his trip ended without an agreement. To another conflict, Ukraine, where more than 2 weeks have passed since its forces launched its surprise incursion into Russia. Megumi Lim has this update from Kyiv.
Ukrainian forces advanced 28 to 35 kilometers into Russia's Kursk region and were now in control of 93 settlements and more than 1,200 square kilometers of territory. Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia began more than 2 weeks ago and has led to the evacuation of thousands of people on both sides of the border. President Zelensky said Ukraine was trying to create a buffer zone and to degrade Moscow's military potential. On Wednesday, authorities said evacuations were being planned for the 45 residents living in Ukraine's Sumy region, which borders the Kursk region. Officials said Russian forces have been pushed back from the border because of the incursion and artillery attacks have decreased, but airstrikes have intensified.
New jobs stats from the United States suggest job growth has been less positive than previously thought. Caroline Malone reports.
Employers added about 174,000 jobs a month for the 12 months leading up to March. That's revising downwards previous estimates. It's part of a preliminary process in which surveys are reconciled to get more accurate numbers and will become official next year. It does show that strong jobs growth has been less strong than previously thought. There is potential vulnerability in the jobs market, which has been touted as secure. That'll likely impact the Federal Reserve decision on monetary policy as they consider inflation and job numbers.
And the last elephant in South Africa's National Zoo has been released back into the wild after 40 years of captivity. The elephant, Charlie, was captured in 1984 from a Zimbabwean national park when he was just 2 years old. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, underway on a Thursday. Hope your week's going well. So we got to look toward the weekend. All right, I want to give you a heads up here. Horse Feathers had forwarded to me, I believe this is Harrisburg, PA, coming up this weekend. Interstate 83 will be closed completely from 11 p.m. on the 24th until 5 a.m. on the 25th. This is for the demolition of the 29th Street Bridge. So the good news, it's during the overnight hours, much less traffic. It's on the weekend. This will be for both north and southbound between exit 44 and exit 45, they tell us. Additionally, single-lane closures will be in place for several hours prior to and after that total closure. So it sounds like they're going to get you off the interstate, take the skinny roads, and get back on. Shouldn't be too much of a delay, but just be aware it will be a very busy construction zone. And we've seen far too many incidents in the likes of construction zones this year. Meanwhile, I touched on this during our final hour of the program last evening, as there are, at this point, 5 additional states that are going to be kind of joining the California Air Resources Board bandwagon when it comes to the zero-emission truck policy starting on January 1. And many of the California truck dealers telling these other states, get ready, this is going to be a nightmare. They've been dealing with it throughout the year. Lo and behold, the Washington, which is another one of those states, the Washington State Trucking Association, this past day, urging their governor to please reconsider mirroring the zero-emission truck policies there in the state of California. WTA President and CEO Sherry Call writing a letter to the Washington State Governor, Jay Inslee, to emphasize the impacts that this zero-emission truck policy is going to have on the state's trucking industry and the overall supply chain in the state. Now, this is the policy to transition medium and heavy-duty vehicles to zero emissions, much like California's Advanced Clean Truck Policy, or ACT policy. In the Washington policy, 7% of all commercial trucks sold in the state must be zero-emission vehicles. As we shared from, what state was it last evening? Trying to recall. It was Massachusetts, I believe, where they said, the one dealer there said, we've sold a total of six zero-emission trucks since 2022, and they had sold more than any other dealer in the state. They're facing having to shut down their dealerships because they're not going to meet the requirements to sell any internal combustion engine trucks. Now back to Washington, we feel these issues will place constraints on the industry, reduce supply chain resiliency, which is one of the most trade-driven states in the nation. We don't have to look back too far to understand the impact of shortages of goods and medical supplies that we saw during the pandemic. As a result of trucking industry labor and equipment shortages, imagine the negative impact to affordability in the state, to any environmental gains, if the trucks are dispatched to Washington from further away. This is a reality we are faced with the ACT policy, artificially manipulating the market to mandate these zero-emission vehicle truck sales will have a profound impact on the industry, lead to unintended consequences. Lo and behold, say it isn't so. California officials wrote, adopted, implemented the ACT program for the state of California, but Washington is not California. They also point out industry concerns regarding the cost, the range, the refueling, the infrastructure requirements for these vehicles. However fleet and truck owners respond, these direct and indirect compliance costs will undoubtedly be pushed onto the consumers across the entire supply chain. There is no such thing as a free lunch. ACT will drive up costs on every consumer good or service that relies on heavy-duty commercial trucks, medium and heavy-duty. Call insists in the letter that Washington's government consider other options, maybe hydrogen, before putting policies laid out by another state in place. We're committed to working with stakeholders to find a balanced approach that might lead to decarbonization, but we have to protect the backbone of our supply chain and our trade-dependent economy. The unintended consequences is always the term that comes up when the government gets mixed up trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. Morning, Scarecrow.
Hey there, big buddy. Hey, Steve, I don't remember the caller. He used to call him pretty regular, and he'd give us a countdown on the days to Christmas. Who was that? You remember off the top of your head?
There's been several that did that, but I don't know. What was it? I think that was Truckin' Phil, if memory serves.
We may have to press him, Steve, to pick up the pace. All this news about the CN that we've been talking about the last couple, 3 days, Steve, that could just put a kibosh onto the CN holiday train that announces the coming of Christmas down through southern and western Wisconsin and on up through Minnesota there. I would truly hate to miss out on the holiday season. So, one of you guys out there, we're going to need that countdown to Christmas. So you're going to have to pick up one for the team there. Now, Steve, do you have anything really pressing this weekend? Any big plans?
At this point, not that I'm aware of. Are you going to give me some homework?
Well, I'm thinking maybe self-preservation on your part. You know, last night you spoke with the right-wing nut there, and you suggested that if he were to show up on Monday night for that Labor Day bash of yours.
Yes.
Well, now, see, we know that he has tended to get things skewed and misconstrued at times. Steve, he could just very well show up this coming Monday night on the 26th.
Oh, no.
And, well, think about this now. He's probably been out there spreading the word, so there may be a throng of truck drivers showing up, you know, this weekend and possibly Monday night. Now, there's this parking thing. We've talked about what's available around your facility there in the past. Now, how far is I don't know where the Reds play. How far is that stadium from the secret bunker there?
Oh, Great American Ballpark. Maybe 12 miles the way the crow flies.
Okay. Oh, there's a play on words. The crow. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, now that they've got abundant parking there. Now, I'm sure we could, if nothing else, reserve an area for a couple hundred big rigs there. And now we're going to need a shuttle service, Steve. I've kind of got this covered too, or, well, we can get more details after a bit here, but, you know, I'm assuming that Anonymous Hippopotamus is probably going to want to attend. Now, he's got that fancy parade vehicle. That would make one heck of a shuttle vehicle, you know, to transport from that parking facility to the secret bunker there. Now, and that would serve double duty. Now, I imagine you have a fire hydrant within a block or two of your facility.
Absolutely, yes. Right across the street. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, there we go. He won't need all that much hose with that fire truck of his. Now, you take a couple, 3 dozen truck drivers of various body dimensions, you know, hopping in that pool of yours there. They're going to be displacing a heck of a bunch of water that's going to have to be replenished there. Now, we take that shuttle vehicle. It can serve double duty as to replenish that pool of yours every few minutes or maybe on the hour. You can fire up, and I don't think the city would probably have any issues with blocking the street off if that hose has to run across the street. But you know that, as I say. You may be having a pretty busy weekend ahead of you, Steve, when you think about what you're going to have to line up for this big event. And then when you realize that if it starts this coming Monday, that could stretch out over a full week, even nearly a double weekend event.
I'm going to have to make some clarifications here.
Well, you've got about you got just about 4 hours to do that. So, yeah, you work on that and think about that over the break time. Well, we'll leave it alone. We'll try to come in on the later moment in the program, but that ought to be enough for fuel for thought there. So we'll catch you later on, man.
Very good. All right. You know, the concerns of some of the big retailers, because it's August, and typically the peak season for shipping, especially for all the holiday goods, is coming up in the month of October, if memory serves. We had already highlighted many retailers had been bumping up their orders and their shipments of goods, fearing the port strike, the potential of a port strike, which comes up here like at the end of this month, the East Coast and the Gulf Coast ports. So there's a lot of containers that are arriving. As of what, was it 2 weeks ago? The Walmart statement said if you had not placed your orders to get those goods on the container ships headed to the United States, by that point in time, it was too late. If indeed there is a port strike. So a lot of those goods had been arriving early. So as far as many of the Christmas goods, shouldn't see a lot of problems with that. The back-to-school stuff, of course, that's been on the shelves for several months now. We'll see where things go. But they try to break this down here on the Canadian side, what impacts we'll have, what we need to know. Workers at the two companies, both represented by the Teamsters, the two rail lines, which usually negotiates at different times. But in 2022, CN asked for an extension for their current deal as they were working to understand new federal regulations on worker fatigue. As a result, contracts for some 10,000 workers at Canadian Northern and CPKC both expired last year. The Teamsters have been negotiating with both railways since that expiration, and both sides say it has not been going well. But billions are at stake as Canada is on the brink of a railway shutdown. The president of the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference says despite reaping billions in profit over the years, Canadian Northern's demanding concessions that would drag working conditions back to another era. He's particularly opposed to a Canadian Northern proposal that he said would force members to relocate to different parts of Canada for long periods of time to accommodate labor shortages. CN, meanwhile, told the CBC, Canadian Broadcast Corporation, that they've made 4 different offers when it comes to wages, work locations, rest periods. The dispute with CPCK is mostly about safety issues. Now, Boucher says this highly profitable company is playing hardball with the Canadian economy, doing whatever it can to line the pockets of the managers and shareholders, no matter what the consequences might be. So what happens? The Teamsters said they've been forced to serve strike notices to protect their members. If that strike happens, rail freight service in Canada will pretty much grind to a halt today. It will affect the U.S. as well. CPKC was formed in 2023 after a merger between Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern. Although the company says in the U.S. and the Mexico routes they should operate normally, the strike will still lead to major disruptions from cross-border shipments. Some U.S. companies have turned down cargoes relying on both rail companies in anticipation of the strike. While laws exist in Canada that allow the federal government to break the strike, the leading Liberal Party hasn't said it doesn't want to get involved. And they would prefer that the Teamsters and the railroads come to their own independent agreement. Yesterday was pretty much down to the wire for the government to get involved. How many Canadians pay the price of a shutdown? The economic effects, the scale of economic impact is unclear. Obviously, would depend on how long this would last. Experts are estimating it could cause billions in economic damage. Exports account for a large amount of Canada's economy, and many of the goods rely on that rail network to exit the country. They say this strike would hold up about $1 billion in goods that travel via train on a daily basis. Industries that will take a hit: fertilizers, trucking, coal, crude oil, grains, timber, and even cars, automobiles. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and on online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Got an email from Scott this past day. He sent me a photograph, a clip from their local newspaper. He said, is this cue ball? He said, an article that came out today on our county paper. This is the Valley Falls News, Valley Falls, Kansas. Yes, that is cue ball. Lo and behold, cue ball, you're famous. You're in the newspaper. The headline, Valley Falls featured in YouTube video. The video uploaded might hold some interest to those from Valley Falls. The video features an FSC trucking employee. That's cue ball. He is FSC trucking. FosCheck trucking. Headed to Valley Falls to pick up the city's 2006 International 7400 dump truck that was sold on Purple Wave during a June 11 auction. The truck sold for $5,600. It was replaced by the city of Valley Falls with a 2011 International 7400 dump truck purchased with authorization of the city council, $29,000. That was a budgeted, planned expense. But according to the city administrator Wesley Lanter, the old dump truck had wiring issues that caused it to go into limp mode, along with other mechanical issues. It also had over 250,000 miles. The newer truck's in great shape, only has 56,000 miles. So we hope it'll work for Valley Falls for many years. The video, though, features the trucker's drive into town. That also includes some historical photos of the town, courtesy of the Valley Falls Historical Society. Now, the old dump truck loaded onto the trailer. Then Hyman Customs Operations employee and former city administrator Brett Frakes shown loading the truck's snowplow with a telehandler. So, yes, indeed, that is our old pal cue ball. Lo and behold, I'm looking at a couple of the photographs there. All right. Scott, that's your guy, Steve FosCheck, FSC Trucking on YouTube. You can check that out. That's one of his many hundreds of videos he shares in regards to life out there on the road as a truck driver with Orwell. The old mechanical 1984. All right, a couple minutes before top of the hour news break. The phone lines are wide open, so you can dial us up at any time. Travel Centers of America announcing the opening of a new Petro store in Henderson, Nevada. Some additional truck parking. This is exit 15A off I-11, Henderson, Nevada. You have 100 truck parking spaces available there now. That'll be much needed. Obviously, shower facilities, laundry, restaurant options, Dunkin' and Sonic, good options. They've got a casino, go figure, a casino in the driver's lounge there, Henderson, Nevada. Get to other industry headlines coming up in our next hour. Yes, the heat continues in Texas. Some big news on the, I guess you'd call it the election trail, where independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. plans to address the nation about his path forward in the presidential race coming up this Friday. Reports say he'll be speaking from Phoenix, that according to his press secretary. What's interesting, Donald Trump is supposed to be speaking from Phoenix on Friday as well. There is actually a bit of a buzz, maybe a speculation, that RFK, because some of the reports are saying he's going to actually endorse Donald Trump. Could he get on the stage with Trump to make that announcement? I think that could very well happen. But we'll give you more on that coming up here. Again, round the country, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump as weird and dangerous. The Minnesota governor, who's become a household name in just a few short weeks, promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour, promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
In India, security has been beefed up at the hospital where the rape and murder of a trainee medic took place earlier this month. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security as doctors continue their protest demanding justice for the victim. Ishan Garg is in the city of Kolkata outside that hospital.
Well, the new principal of this teaching hospital was removed after students' demand
as was the head of the pulmonology department. That was the same department in which the victim of this gruesome sexual assault and murder worked in. So the doctors here, the protesters here, have been demanding some accountability from the department, from the management of this hospital, and now they've finally got that. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised by the India's top court about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property. There have also been questions raised about the police by the critics of the West Bengal state government, many of whom say that the police may be incompetent from one angle, but worse, it could actually be complicit in the crime. These are, of course, charges that the state government and the police have denied. The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata.
An opposition party in the western Indian state of Maharashtra has called for a protest this weekend over the alleged sexual assault of 2 children at a school. The state government has meanwhile issued a directive to all schools to install CCTV cameras inside their premises within a month. Rebecca Bunton is in Mumbai.
One opposition party in Maharashtra has called for a statewide strike and protest to take place on Saturday. This comes after hundreds of protesters blocked railway tracks in Maharashtra this week to protest against the alleged sexual assault of 2 children at a school in Badlapur. Police have arrested a male employee of the school, but the parents of the children claim that there was delay in action being taken. The state's chief minister this week announced that a special investigation team would look into the matter. Rebecca Bunds in Mumbai.
Seoul says an invasion by North Korea would lead to the end of Kim Jong-un's regime. The comments come even as South Korea and the United States are staging 11 days of joint military exercises. East Asia correspondent William Denslow has more.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says that the North Korean regime is the most irrational on earth, and military preparedness is the only way to counter any potential miscalculation from North Korea. The comments come as he was observing annual military drills between South Korea and the United States. Pyongyang regards these annual drills as hostile and a potential precursor to possible invasion. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The main news again. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz brands Donald Trump as weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention. Security has been hiked at the Indian hospital where the rape and murder of a medic took place earlier this month, even as Ban India protests continue. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you very much, and we're back at it as we roll into hour number 2, Thursday, 22nd day of August. Yeah, the day's just flying by. All Hard to believe we've got, after this weekend, the next Labor Day? It's where you typically say the unofficial end of summer. But here it comes. Hello to Rainmaker. It's been a while since we've heard from Rainmaker, checking in from Thailand. Said, I saw the story about the Tesla semi-truck that crashed off I-80 in Northern California. Caught fire. Now, I guess, are there conflicting reports? Rubber Duck, the other night, Rubber Duck said that the fire department just kind of stood back and watched it burn. Whatever the report he saw said, the fire department said they used thousands of gallons of water. The temperature got to 1,000 degrees. Had the truck not been off the freeway, because it was, I think, in the wooded area, that would have melted the freeway. Said they did an airdrop to keep the fire from spreading into the woods. Both directions were closed until 7 a.m. Now, if all cars and semi-trucks are going to be all electric, there's going to be no way fire departments can handle these fires. And, of course, they said hazardous toxic fumes were getting into the atmosphere and unsafe for breathing. How many truck and car accidents occur on any given day in this country? You are correct, Rainmaker. Yeah, they're looking to collapse the American economy. If all semi-trucks are electric, there's going to be a lot of damage to the environment from hazardous toxic fumes, from the battery fires. And when electric trucks are pulling hazardous materials and they catch fire, talk about a potential nightmare. All valid points. Things that you just got to sit back and wonder, have they thought this through? I don't believe they have. All right, Russell checks in here. Good morning. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker, 53, Dayton, Ohio. Better stoke up that fire. Fall is on the way. That's my wife's type of weather. Feeling a bit better compared to what I did yesterday. Everything that's going on. Yeah, y'all truck drivers, be careful, be safe out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Watch your surroundings. And God bless our country. Can't wait for the Labor Day bash there at the Secret Bunker. I can drive the shuttle. I used to do that for OT. Long as you keep my plate full and a soda pop to drink. Sounds like a lot of fun. Everybody have a good night out there. All right. Now let's say hello to Daryl this Thursday. Morning, Daryl. What's happening?
How's the family and how's Stryker?
I think everybody doing okay. Daughter's got a little bit of a stomach bug of some sort. But aside from that, everybody doing well.
How's the son doing? Is he getting his therapy?
Yes, sir. Therapy, everything's going well. They're pretty impressed on how rapidly he is progressing. So, yes, all good news there.
I was at Qantas yesterday and heard one of Sheriff Jones' top men speak. He had been in the Army 20 years and been in policing for 16 years. And, man, he was a top-notch officer. I am impressed with these men that wear the badge and wear the gun.
Mm-hmm.
We have some top-notch people out there in these forces, many of them who've been in the armed services and know discipline and know how to handle people. Your son still enjoys the force?
Oh, absolutely. He's going stir crazy. He wants to get back to work, just like Stryker as well. They're both going stir crazy.
Well, I enjoy your show, and I want you to know that I listen often, and I use that Gas Extreme in my cars, and it keeps them humming down the road. I got 3 of them here, and they don't miss a beat.
Hot Shot
Thanks
Secret
for the show.
Gasoline Extreme. Thank you for the thumbs up there, Daryl. Thanks for supporting the program. by purchasing Hot Shot Secret products. Yes, indeed. And for all that use the Hot Shot Secret, if you don't, I don't know why you're not. But don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive if you order online at hotshotsecret.com. That gets you an additional 10% off. You always get 10%. Everyone, first responders, veteran or active duty military, CDL holders, that's always eligible for 10%. Overnight Drive at checkout gets an additional 20% off your entire order. Stock up at hotshotsecret.com. Don't forget, right now they've also got a special deal going till the 31st. You get a free Turbo T-shirt with any purchase of $150 or more. Hotshotsecret.com. Well, the heat remains extreme for Texas right on into next week. But for people in the north central states, you've been enjoying refreshingly cool conditions. That's going to be changing. It's going to be heating up substantially in the coming days. AccuWeather tells us thunderstorms will also be on the prowl right on into the end of the week in parts of that region. A vast region from northern and western Texas to much of Oklahoma and portions of Louisiana and Arkansas have seen frequent days of extreme heat, even for southern standards. Temperatures running 5-10 degrees above historical average for this time of year. Now, even though some of the edge was taken off the heat in portions of Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and northern Texas over the past couple of days, that heat is about to build with a vengeance late this week and into next week as this high pressure strengthens. A storm charging into the west coast late this weekend into this weekend, with much cooler air being brought in then, will reorient the stretch of the heat dome across a large chunk of the central USA this weekend into next week. Now, Dallas, you've seen highs at or above 100 degrees since August 13. Compared to a historical average, you would normally be mid-90s this time of year. Now, after a couple of days with highs upper 90s to near 100 on into today, Thursday, highs in the low 100s, making a comeback from Friday until early next week. The epicenter of the extreme heat will be over the southern high plains. Highs remaining in the low 100s, perhaps as high as 110. Through early next week, they'll be challenging maybe some record highs. You add the humidity in, it's going to feel like 110 to 115. Temperatures are going to be trending upward from the September and October-like levels, which have been 15 degrees or so below average. From the middle of this week, you're going to change from 10 to 15 below normal to 10 to 12 above historical average by early next week. Chicago, for example, highs in the low to mid-70s earlier this week will be swapped with highs in the low to mid-90s by early next week. St. Louis, you can expect highs trending upward from the mid-70s this past day, middle to upper 90s by early next week. Highs in the mid-70s, Minneapolis, Indianapolis, and Detroit will also be replaced with highs near 90 by early next week. How long the heat lasts, that's going to depend on the lingering strength of the storm that's going to send much cooler air into parts of the west this weekend. Should that storm remain strong, it could bring a fast-moving sweep of cooler air from the northern plains to the Midwest, maybe at midweek. Should that storm weaken as it travels toward the Canadian border, that heat may continue or maybe just be trimmed a little bit for the middle and latter portions of next week over the north central states. So another shot of hot air coming our way. And obviously the grid, the power grid in Texas, which has been taxed on a number of occasions this summer, will be even more so taxed as we head into Friday, through the weekend, and into early next week. Well, we heard from Russell on Facebook. Hello, Russell. Thanks for dialing us up. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, caught me off guard. I'm sitting here eating fresh corn on the cob here at work.
Yummy. How about that?
Hey, it's pretty good. I had a couple things to say about Iran. I ain't gonna just talk that for real short. I'm kind of worried about them kind of prolonging their situations, and it could be good too. So who knows? But might as well tell you guys talking about EVs last night, and I thought about this, but it's too late to call in. I don't know if you had heard that. Well, I'll tell you this story first. There's this gentleman I know. He purchased a hybrid car, and he had a situation where he was needing a battery for the car. But he said, "Don't you know you cannot take those batteries out yourself? You got to take them to the dealership to get them changed out, and the battery alone costs like about $300 to have a new place to replace the battery. Then you got pay labor on top of it."
Right.
I was like, "You got to be kidding me! That's ridiculous." And then also I read about this here about a month or two ago, where military was thinking about experiencing EV tanks and all that. Can you imagine having an EV tank? That's ridiculous.
Wow.
It really is, having an EV tank. But like I said, I threw myself out there, volunteer for the shuttle driver. I mean, I can do that. I drove for years, so if you need one, just contact me, sir, Steve.
You got it. Thank you much,
hey,
Russell.
Steve, thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Yeah, I've seen some of those reports. There are actually those out there trying to push the idea of electrifying military vehicles. Are you kidding me? As he said, electrified tank. How many? I mean, what's the weight of a battery going to be to try to power a tank? But they're actually discussing it. All righty, 18 past the hour. You can't make this stuff up. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, hello to Daniel checking in from over by Steele, North Dakota tonight. 71 degrees. Heads up, anybody running to northern Wyoming on I-90 tonight. It's closed due to fire from Buffalo to Gillette. So I-90 in Wyoming, all right? Try to get the latest on the wildfires. They continue to burn out west. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a cool night in Whiteville, Virginia. Plenty of stars out tonight, though. 51 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So the rest of the story, RFK Jr. planning to address the country from Phoenix on Friday of this week. Stephanie Spear, his press secretary, posted the announcement about the present historic moment and his path forward via social media this past day. Now, last evening we had touched on the interview that his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, had done the previous day, blasting Democrats on Tuesday, saying she fully supports a role for Kennedy in a future Trump administration. Shanahan also hinted that they could end their campaign and back former President Trump. As I mentioned earlier, coincidentally, Trump is holding an Arizona rally on Friday in Glendale, which is about 20 minutes from Phoenix. Fox News Digital reached out to Kennedy's camp seeking confirmation on whether Kennedy's planning to drop out of the race, as reported by ABC News from other sources. Now, the same sources cautioned, saying Kennedy's decision has not been finalized or could change. One source reportedly told the station Kennedy hopes to finalize his decision quickly and slow down momentum being built during the Democrat National Convention. Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble spoke to Trump in Asheboro, North Carolina on Wednesday, asking if he'd spoken to Kennedy over the past 24 hours amid all these reports that he was going to drop out of the race by the end of the week. To which Trump responded, "I have not, but I respect him. I've respected him for a long time. I mean, I know where he's coming from, and it's a little different philosophy, but he's a very smart guy. And I had heard he was thinking about it for some period of time, but no, I have not heard this." Trimble also asked Trump if he was going to have Kennedy on stage with him in Arizona, as both candidates are set to hold events near Phoenix Friday. To which Trump responded, "I would always be honored to. I mean, if he endorsed me, would I be honored? Absolutely." Now, shortly before the announcement this past day, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, Kennedy's daughter-in-law and campaign manager, had emailed her campaign staff for the last 19 months, 22 months for the original core. This team, this family, has worked 7 days a week, 10-plus hours a day, in blizzards and blazing heat, sacrificing family time, personal commitments, and any hope of sleep, in service to our shared vision for this country. Never in all these months has Robert F. Kennedy Jr. sidestepped his movement to communicate his heart through back-channel leaks, nor would he ever, especially in this most consequential moment for all of us. So please hold tight until you hear directly from him. Kind of making it sound like a lot of this may be just, speculation. Now, when the campaign started, Fox Kennedy explained none of the national leaders were discussing chronic disease or the corporate capture of our government, so he feels like he's been trying to guide some of the discussion out there from other candidates on the campaign trail. So we'll find out Friday. There's always that rumor mill, speculation, buzz out there, which oftentimes proves to be not true. Buckeye Boy checking in from Houghton, Louisiana. You're on the road again, I see. 76 degrees. A good day of driving after I did my local and picked up my load headed west. Sorry I'm a bit late to the party, but Gutfield didn't come on until 12 a.m. due to the Democrats not knowing when to shut up. How about the Puppets Labor Department putting out a new report from the April of 2023 to March of 2024? There were actually 818,000 less jobs than they estimated. It's amazing to me how they can manipulate the numbers to increase them, like job numbers, or report lower, like the inflation rate or grocery prices, whenever it suits them. And when they're called out by that, they disavow any deception. Nobody is ever held accountable by the mainstream media. Another interesting fact revealed about the lying Walz is he was a volunteer assistant coach, which is not what this socialist, communist-loving coward led people to believe. He also had a challenge coin made, listing his rank as Command Sergeant Major, which is also a lie. Never completed the qualifications to get that rank. You know, I respect anyone who serves, but not somebody who deserts their unit before they're going to be deployed or then lies about their rank being held. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And Kevin just joined the party. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. About a minute before news break. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Very quiet on the phones. Everybody at? Meanwhile, we'll get more on the Islamic regime of Iran. We already had a confirmation that they had planned an assassination attempt of Donald Trump. That's being further explained. The Islamic regime in Iran is trying to assassinate former President Donald Trump with hopes of doing so by November 5, which would be obviously Election Day. Multiple government sources associated with U.S. allies across the Middle East have been informing of this danger. More to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. Divers have retrieved more bodies from the wreckage of a luxury yacht that sunk this week off the coast of the Italian island of Sicily. British billionaire Mike Lynch went missing with members of his family, friends and staff during Monday's tragedy when a violent storm caused the boat to capsize in the Mediterranean Sea. Our Europe correspondent is Giles Gibson.
Specialist divers have been flown in to search the wreckage that's lying on its side on the seafloor, about 50 metres below the surface. Their task is extremely challenging. The wreck is so deep they can only spend about 10 minutes searching before they have to resurface again.
A deal to end the fighting in Gaza is on the brink of collapse after America's top diplomat left the Middle East with no truce in place. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 9th visit to the region since the start of the war came amid days of negotiations to secure a ceasefire, but his trip ended without an agreement. To another conflict, Ukraine, where more than 2 weeks have passed since its forces launched its surprise incursion into Russia. Megumi Lim has this update from Kyiv.
Ukrainian forces advanced 28 to 35 kilometers into Russia's Kursk region and were now in control of 93 settlements and more than 1,200 square kilometers of territory. Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia began more than 2 weeks ago and has led to the evacuation of thousands of people on both sides of the border. President Zelensky said Ukraine was trying to create a buffer zone and to degrade Moscow's military potential. On Wednesday, authorities said evacuations were being planned for the 45 residents living in Ukraine's Sumy region, which borders the Kursk region. Officials said Russian forces have been pushed back from the border because of the incursion and artillery attacks have decreased, but airstrikes have intensified.
New jobs stats from the United States suggest job growth has been less positive than previously thought. Caroline Malone reports.
Employers added about 174,000 jobs a month for the 12 months leading up to March. That's revising downwards previous estimates. It's part of a preliminary process in which surveys are reconciled to get more accurate numbers and will become official next year. it does show that strong jobs growth has been less strong than previously thought. There is potential vulnerability in the jobs market, which has been touted as secure. That'll likely impact the Federal Reserve decision on monetary policy as they consider inflation and job numbers.
And the last elephant in South Africa's National Zoo has been released back into the wild after 40 years of captivity. The elephant, Charlie, was captured in 1984 from a Zimbabwean national park when he was just 2 years old. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here on a Thursday morning. So we knew, following the assassination attempt that was unsuccessful, after the fact, reports were coming out that they had actually beefed up Secret Service protection for that particular rally, which was even more disheartening. If you had it beefed up and it was an abysmal failure, it makes you really kind of question. But reports that Iran was planning an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. That's why the SS Secret Service had beefed up security. Now, they tell us in the assessments of several governments, the Iranian regime has made clear it wants to rid itself of Trump. And it believes it must do so by Election Day. The Ayatollah's mortal animus against Trump is no big secret after Trump ordered a Baghdad drone missile strike back in January of 2020 that successfully killed Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Tehran had vowed bloody revenge. Soleimani was a revered figure within the regime's base of supporters, second only to the Ayatollah himself. Now, with the U.S. election race close, the power figures believe Iran's growing status as a regional Mideast powerhouse would be at serious risk if the former president returns to the White House. Throughout his campaign, Trump has repeatedly promised that if elected, he will stop Iran's nuclear weapons program and defund it with crippling sanctions. Speaking at the Republican National Convention last month in Milwaukee, stating that Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. It's a shame the damage that this administration has done. Trump blames the Biden administration for the resurgence of Iran's nuclear program and its misdeeds across the region in the wake of October 7. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They've made that all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. Now, when the former president says Iran, he means the Islamic regime that overthrew the Shah and took power in 1979. He has vowed repeatedly to use sanctions and make that regime broke. That is a result the mullahs will not accept. Today, killing Trump remains Tehran's safest option and its highest priority, next to growing their nuclear program. One U.S. intelligence source tells me that safeguarding Trump at rallies and keeping his private plane secure remains a challenge for the Secret Service. In the past, the assassination of a former president, a U.S. leader, or a presidential candidate would have drawn serious repercussions from an aggressor state. But friendly sources throughout the region say the Islamist ruler, they believe, they're pretty much immune from any serious reprisal if they were to actually succeed. The Ayatollah's allies and their terror groups openly claim on social media and in private conversations that Trump will not be a worry because they believe he will not be alive on Election Day. Now, as Trump's first term due to an end, the regime's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, said publicly that Trump is in his agency's crosshairs, promising revenge on the order and the killer of Soleimani. Since then, the leaders have made multiple verbal threats on Trump's life. Last year, the IRGC commander said on a television program, "We are seeking to, Allah willing, kill Trump and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo." And then just before last month's assassination attempt in Pennsylvania, the U.S. said they had received intelligence of a regime-backed plot to kill Trump. While that information prompted the Secret Service to take steps to beef up security, the rally near miss just shows how vulnerable Trump remains. So the backdrop to the growing danger to Trump is the U.S. belief that the Islamic regime is to be just weeks away from acquiring a nuclear device. But they've been telling us that for how many years now? Every time you hear a report, they're weeks away. Surely they'd have it by now, right? Such weapons can be operational at any time at the orders of Khamenei. All right, at the same time, Iran's been developing the capability to make their own larger nuclear devices. Tehran has also been using its newfound oil wealth to fund a massive propaganda and influence campaign across the Middle East, Europe, and here in the U.S. For Tehran, the stakes are high if they fail to stop Trump. Strange world we live in. Dangerous, frightening world we live in. It is 844-844-3388. Well, let's see what the right-wing nut has on his mind.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Okay, well, I got my back shaved, and I got everything waxed so I don't plug up your filters in the pool. So, I'll be there Monday evening at 8:30, like you said, yeah. So, I'll bring the cigars. What the hell? I can at least splurge for that. Parking over there at the baseball park going to be all right.
Yeah. I think that'll work. What are you?
Good.
What are you going to be? We're talking. We're talking Monday, September 2nd. September 2nd, according to the calendar. That's the Labor Day party. It's Labor Day party.
Well, yeah, but you said 8:30, and then I got to calculate, and that's only 30 minutes of fiesta time before you have to go to work.
Well, I mean,
you might already be at work.
I do have to. Yes, I do have to work that Monday night. That's why we gotta. And things have to wrap up by about 9 p.m. Yeah.
Well, there you go. We just go ahead and start it up here this coming Monday. All I can say is I'll be a prune by the time we're done. Anyways, this whole damn Iranian nonsense. Tell you what, them mullahs get their way. Excuse me, damn cigars. They get their way. I tell you what, there's going to be half a country pissed off at the other half over here. And then, if a Democrat's elected, they ain't going to do absolutely squat because they'll think the Iranians did them a favor. But that whirlwind's going to be awful damn strong. They tried taking Trump out at the inauguration. If they can't get him during the election day, and I don't think J.D. Vance, once he's put in office, or elected for office, I should say, you put stuff in like a toilet bowl. You elect people to office by votes. I think J.D., if that were to happen, well, let's just say if it happened on election day or before, and Trump wins it posthumously. Well, that's a big word for a truck driver.
Posthumously, yes.
But, yes. We ain't never had anything like this happen before. Would J.D. become the assumptive presidential pick? And then he'd have to choose his own. All I can say is you don't PO a Marine because you get a Marine that's ticked off at you. Oh, I'll tell you what, they're like a bulldog on a piece of beef. They ain't going to let go, and they're going to gobble it up. So if they did something to Trump, I think J.D. would go over there and he would take care of business and make that damn place a glass parking lot. And I think that would pretty much show our resolve to anybody else that decides that they can do this to us. Now, I don't think we've ever instigated a war. We've never started one. We've always tried to finish them. The two that we didn't quite get done, Korea, which was a tie, and Vietnam, which I'm afraid was considered a loss. But, if we get the right people in office that understand security of a nation, closing down our border, stop giving all that damn money to a bunch of countries and oligarchs that are using it for their own personal use. I think, and then letting Israel take care of the business that they said they were going to take care of. Because, if they go through Israel and wipe them off the face of the earth, who else is going to be our protectors on the east? There ain't nobody else that I know of. I don't think NATO would actually lend a hand. I think they would say, well, y'all wanted to be on your own, so here you are. You ain't giving us no more money, so why should we spend our forces? I tell you what, this is a very uncertain world we live in right now. And, I worry about the little nuts I got out there running around, grandkids and all. But, I tell you what, crazy times.
So where are we rolling at tonight there, right-wing nut? Where are we headed?
Well, I'm here in Fresno. No one goes to Fresno. Good Lord. Not on purpose anyways. Going to Medford, Oregon. So we're going to go up there, new territory, and hopefully it's not as green as they say it is. I understand they got a lot of pot farms down there. So it may smell like a skunk's butt when I cross the California-Oregon state line.
That's a distinct possibility.
Yeah. So, well, I'll tell you what, I'm hooking up my equipment now, so I'll go ahead and let you go. But, yeah, looking forward to seeing you on Monday, the 26th. Later.
Monday the 2nd of September. All right, plenty of room for you. Have a good night, right-wing nut. It's 844-844-3388. After the close call with the UPS driver due to the heat, this is not a new discussion. The union representing UPS workers is calling on the company to improve heat safety. Now, the company said they're already making changes. Members of Teamsters Local 767 rallying this past day outside the UPS facility in McKinney because of the crash that landed a UPS driver in the hospital after passing out due to the heat. A video shows the moment that the UPS van crashed in Collin County, Texas. The local Teamsters union said the driver passed out at the wheel due to the heat. Temperatures were at 102 degrees in Dallas-Fort Worth on that Friday. The driver reported he wasn't feeling well while he was on his route that day. The union claims he was told to drop off his packages with a different driver before ending his shift. But before that could happen, he passed out from heat exhaustion and crashed his truck. He was hospitalized and then released the following day. Now, this is bringing letter carrier safety concerns back to the forefront as the summer heat shows no signs of letting up. As we just mentioned a few moments ago, it's actually going to be building through the upcoming weekend. Union members are demanding accountability from UPS. They say the company hasn't upheld their end of the contract that ensures more heat safety for their employees. UPS has put on record that they've spent millions and millions of dollars developing this comprehensive safety program. I've been part of the conversations, and I certainly think it needs to be followed from the top to the operators themselves and talk to the drivers themselves who unfortunately experience the heat-related injuries. UPS needs to be held accountable for these decisions they've made when it comes to our members and the general public. That's the president of Teamsters Local 767. Spokesman for UPS said the contract that was agreed to last year calls for all new delivery trucks purchased this year to have air conditioning, more heat safety education, and all drivers must have access to water, ice, cooling gear, and fans. UPS said that they are on track and in some cases ahead of schedule on those changes. However, union members say they're going to continue to turn up the heat until their message is heard. No idea how many new trucks have they purchased this year, and what part of the country are those trucks being purchased in? Because you definitely want those newer trucks in places where you're dealing with excessive heat, like Texas, Oklahoma. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so we get the official word. The lockouts are indeed underway. Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Kansas City. Lockouts, nearly 9,000 workers this morning. After even last-minute tense negotiations failed to produce a deal, CN confirmed they had moved ahead with the lockout, stating that the union did not respond to another offer, and in a final attempt to avoid the labor disruption, without an agreement or binding arbitration, Canadian Northern had no choice but to finalize a safe, orderly shutdown and proceed with a lockout. Union statement this morning said despite months of good faith negotiations on the part of the Teamsters Canada, parties remain far apart, and both CN and CPKC have begun their lockout at 12:01 a.m. Despite the lockout, the Teamsters say they remained at the bargaining table with both companies. Now, in that announcement, CPKC said the TCRC union leadership continues to make unrealistic demands that would fundamentally impair the railway's ability to serve our customers with reliable, cost-competitive transportation services. A pause in freight traffic will indeed have a cascading effect on Canada and the U.S. Affected rail carriers, we're talking $1 billion worth of goods on a daily basis. Nearly half of the aviation fuel used at Toronto's Pearson Airport, which is Canada's busiest air terminal, arrives by rail, they say. More than 32,000 commuters in Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto rely on the rail network. This is also going to hit the mining, agriculture, and retail industries. So it begins. Will it be a day? Will it be a week? The longer it goes, though, the more difficulty that will be in getting things back in order. But officially, the lockout is underway. Meanwhile, we'll get back to the calls. If you want to jump on board, it's been a quiet morning at 844-844-3388. Brain Dead had forwarded to me this past day. I guess we can just add on to the scenario, electrification of automobiles, or the backing off from the electrification. Got the cart ahead of the horse. Ford becomes the latest to announce a new schedule for production that will impact Blue Oval City. They tell us the assembly of electric vehicle trucks at Blue Oval City will now begin in 2027. The original timeline had trucks coming off that line by 2026. Construction continues at Blue Oval City, where we're excited to launch our next generation electric truck, which will build on Ford's century-long heritage of truck leadership in the statement, while we incorporate new, lower-cost battery technology. We're going to use the extra time to make the truck more competitive. That would be for the long-term benefit of Blue Oval City and beyond. So kind of right in line with Stellantis, Chevrolet, all kind of backing off these gung-ho plans of trying to electrify the automobile market. All right, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage, as we call it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. As we say, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, we'll return on a Thursday morning following news break as we close out another hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The Minnesota governor promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour, promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Divers continue searches on Thursday for a missing person after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. On Wednesday, 5 bodies were found on the boat by divers. Investigations also continue into how the yacht sank on Monday. Technical diver Jeff Cornish says conditions will be very difficult for search teams.
They're very confined spaces. You've got to get yourself and your equipment through into those spaces. And with that limited amount of time that some of those early divers seem to have had, I can imagine it being very, very problematic.
US prosecutors have charged a Chinese dissident arrested in New York with being an agent for Beijing's intelligence service. Naturalized US citizen Yuan Jun Tang is also accused of making false statements to the FBI. In India, security's been beefed up outside the hospital where a trainee doctor was raped and murdered. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security at the RG Kar Medical Hospital as doctors continue protests demanding justice for the victim. Correspondent Ishan Gergs at the hospital in Kolkata.
The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital on 14th August, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. South Korea's president says an invasion by North Korea would lead to the end of Kim Jong-un's regime. The comments came as Seoul and Washington stage 11 days of joint military exercises. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says that the North Korean regime is the most irrational on earth, and military preparedness is the only way to counter any potential miscalculation from North Korea. The comments come as he was observing annual military drills between South Korea and the United States. Pyongyang regards these annual drills as hostile and a potential precursor to possible invasion. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
The Federal Reserve looks increasingly likely to cut interest rates at its next meeting in September. Minutes from the US Central Bank's July meeting show most policymakers supported a reduction if inflation continued to cool. From New York, Sally Patterson.
With US interest rates at a 23-year high, market watchers are hoping cuts are on the horizon. And minutes from the Federal Reserve's last policy meeting hint that could well be the case. Indeed, the vast majority of participants at the July meeting observed that, quote, if the data continue to come in about as expected, it would likely be appropriate to ease policy at the next meeting. Recent progress on inflation and increases in the unemployment rate have provided a plausible case for bringing down the benchmark rate, according to the central bank. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is due to speak at Jackson Hole on Friday, which could give an even clearer picture of the central bank's plans for its September rate meeting. Sally Patterson, New York.
To find more of our television, radio and digital reporting from around the world, you can find us on Facebook. Search Feature Story News. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
good morning to Roki. Good to have you on board. Yes, indeed, Buckeye boy. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 70 degrees in Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Just woke up, filled up my overly powerful chrome-bladed cow truck. We'll be loading at sunup in the land of Oz for a high-speed trip north to points unknown as of press time. Live action continues. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Will Rogers Turnpike. All right, good to have you on board. Good to have Philip on board. What's happening, Philip? Happy Thursday morning.
Happy Thursday. This is technically kind of my Friday for Disney, so, but you know, I don't go by them days anymore. I got one day off a week, and that's my day off. I'm good to go. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Not too bad. Can't complain. What's going on with your hurricane season? I had an update from AccuWeather how things have really got quiet. I guess there's a lot of Saharan dust in the Atlantic and whatnot.
Well, there's a lot of high pressure when the storms have been coming off of Africa for the last week or so. There's been a lot of high pressure that's kind of pushed in on them and slowed them down and made them to where they won't form as much. But it's going to come back, and there's always a lull before the storm, and literally. And next month is the month that we've got to be careful, because September 10th is the height of hurricane season, and that's just around the corner, and we're just going to have to pay attention to what's going on.
So they're still thinking things are going to get really active, right? They're still anticipating a hyperactive season, even though it's been kind of quiet.
Absolutely. Sometimes traditionally you do have a lull in between. You know, July it starts ramping up. In August it'll ramp up a little bit. But September is the month you have to watch with hurricanes, down here at least. If, you know, I look at it from, you know, like when I was a kid in the 70s, you know, the first one I remembered was like in around 1979. We had Hurricane David when I lived in Sebastian. That's where I grew up at. There was, you know, it was like around Labor Day. It was always around that Jerry Lewis telethon that we always, you know, were like, oh boy, Jerry Lewis is coming on. And, you know, the hurricanes, you're on the couch sitting in a hurricane watching television, watching the Jerry Lewis telethon, you know, in the middle of the night, wondering what's going to happen. You know, and I was pretty fortunate back then because our house was across the street from Florida Power and Lights substation where they ran out of. And, you know, the linemen, excuse me, I'm thinking airplanes still. But those guys were running out of there, you know, and they kept our power on in our neighborhood because of FP&L being there. You know, they tried to keep all of us up because we were real close proximity to those folks. And I remember many times sitting there watching television and in a hurricane and wondering, oh boy, is this place going to fall apart or not? You know? House is still there. You know, house was built in the 20s. It was an all-wood house. Well, we call down here a cracker house. But getting to the space thing, we were talking about it a little bit last night about Polaris Dawn. They are going to test on that flight, Steve, a laser beam that's actually going to have signal over it. So they're going to take a laser beam and shoot it from the ship over to a Starlink satellite and put signal across it. So they're getting into that. We're going to be communicating in a different way. Did you hear anything about that technology, Steve?
I have not. No, sir. Fascinating.
Yeah, very fascinating. Yeah, they're going to take in the trunk of the spaceship there, at the capsule underneath. There's a trunk underneath it. They've got this apparatus that's going to shoot a beam over to a Starlink satellite, and they're going to put their signal across that And it'd be for one of the first times that I think it's ever been documented that we shot a signal across with a laser. And it's going to change the communications. If Musk can get this pulled off, it's going to change the communications world a lot. They said that they want to take all the burden off of the TDRS satellites. Now, if you guys don't know what a TDRS satellite is, a TDRS satellite is the satellite that they transmit to get everything back long distance. So when they're up in space, and this is any NASA flight, they have these TDRS satellites. They shoot the signal to that satellite, and then that satellite sends it down to the ground. And all this is coming over real time. And if they can do this laser thing and not have to use those TDRS satellites, that's amazing stuff there. Do you remember the last Starship launch, Steve, when they were showing the pictures of it?
Mm-hmm.
And the pictures were like really super clear and everything was neat. And that was because they were sending the signal to a Starlink satellite, and that satellite was bringing it back down to us. You know, what we saw on the computers and we saw on, on all the videos and whatnot. And that was real time, and to get something in the real time, being that far up, that's amazing stuff. Like this space flight, if they could get that in real time, those guys getting out of that space capsule, that's going to be some amazing footage, because you think about when we had the Apollo era stuff, everything was delayed, I mean, like when I'm talking to you, I know it bugs people up. The delay in between when I'm talking to you on this communication setup the way it is right now with us. But up in space, there's a lot more delay than there is down here. And to actually catch stuff faster in real time, it's going to change the way we think about things. I heard yesterday that they set the last segment of the second launch pad at the Starship base in Boca Chica. So now they have 2 launch pads that are they got one almost done. So we'll see how that goes. And folks, if you want to watch that Starship launch, the next one, pay close attention. They are going to bring the booster back to Texas. So the thing where we're going to catch it.
Yeah.
You remember that, Steve? They were talking about they were going to catch it on the launch pad. That is going to happen on the next Starship launch. From all the plans, they have been working on what they call the chopsticks, and they're upgraded now, and it's going to be crazy if they bring that thing back, because that is one big piece. That booster is huge, and to bring that thing back to the place that it took off, that's a pretty good feat in itself. That's just as much as what they're showing with walking out in space, the commercial. That's just as much as that, if not more. Hey, Steve, did you hear about the Ukrainians putting drones in Moscow? I heard something about a Ukrainian drone attack in Moscow.
I saw the headline. I didn't really delve much into the story, but yeah, massive suicide drone attack. This was the headline.
Well, that's pretty gutsy. That's pretty gutsy to go into. I want to say another word, but I really don't want to say that on radio. But it takes a lot of industrial fortitude to put a drone into Russia. And I seen some footage yesterday of what they're doing over in Kursk. Boy, they are just using all kinds of technology over there. And I saw some bombing over there that they were doing. And Steve, have you heard anything about them having cluster bombs from us? Does Ukraine have any of that stuff from us? Have you heard anything about that?
Yes, at some point, we did indeed offer munitions, including cluster munitions. Now, the stipulation at the time supposedly was they would not use them, in Russian territory. They would use them to defend themselves in Ukraine.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to tell you what. I don't know what they were using that I saw yesterday and the footage I saw on CBS, but it looked a lot like cluster bombs. and cursed when they were showing, how they took cursed. And it looked a lot like the cluster bomb situation and the way they taken out bridges and whatnot. It looked like cluster bombs. And that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm no ordnance guy.
Right.
But I can tell you what, man, by what I saw in the pictures, it looked like cluster bombs. And I'll tell you what, they're using a lot of our technology. From what they said on that news last night, they were using a lot of our technology. And I don't know if that's going to make Putin a really nice guy. I mean, they're taking up a pretty good chunk of Russia on the corner. And then I'm hearing about drone strikes in Moscow. I'm like, wow, that's it's pretty gutsy stuff to do to people out there, And I'm just going to sit back and watch. But, man, that's Zelensky. He's getting brutal in his tactics there. I mean, he's going for the gusto. And I hope and pray that old Putin don't try to do any nuke stuff.
Well,
I don't think he will. I think if anything, he's going to.
That's the big concern. If he were to proceed and opt to use a tactical nuke, something of that nature, which would take it to a whole new level, right? Yeah, scary stuff. But hey, safe travels on into off to work we go on a Thursday morning. I had asked last evening for maybe some of I had heard the rumors, the rumblings, couldn't get a confirmation. What's going on with the Purdue truck drivers? Good morning, Buckwheat. Give us a full report.
Well, I don't know if I have a full report, but on my travels yesterday, I knew I was going to come across some Purdue drivers. When you said that, I was going to talk to them. And so I talked to one of them, and he said that, yeah, it is true. Some of the distribution centers, they let go of the Purdue company fleet, and they're going to put the stuff out on the trucking boards. And he said his location, he was from, I think he said Richmond, Virginia. He said that they still have the company drivers there, but there's a couple of distribution terminals that they are going to no company drivers and do everything on the trucking board. And so I guess they're trying to cut costs. They see this cheap freight on the boards, and they're going to try to take advantage of it. But I have a feeling that, the quality of the driver is probably going to go down. They won't be able to control it as much as they can with their own company drivers. But, that's only my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, that's, so he didn't seem too worried about his location. So I don't know. He said they had mandatory meetings Monday and Tuesday this week that everybody had to attend to. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's all I have on that. But I did get a call from a telemarketer or one of these people that have these polls, these election polls, and they wondered where I get my news from. And she wanted CNN or NBC, or I said, no, I get it from Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And she's like, what? She said, I'm going to have to write that down. So I consider you a news organization. I told her, I said, it's a truck driver call-in show, and if the truck drivers aren't talking about it, it's not worth listening to. So she thought that was pretty funny. But, yeah, it's... and another thing is, you realize you're getting older, and on Tuesday it's my normal off day, and I ran up in the coal regions of Pennsylvania to do a stop, one stop, and on my way up through there, I seen a car with the it's just slipped my mind. Antique vehicle license plate. And the thing that shocked me is I can remember when this car was made, and I used to work on them, and I wouldn't have thought they were that great of a car, but antique vehicles, you think they're old and they're well built, but this year was the antique license plate was on a Plymouth Acclaim. and the K cars from the Chrysler, and I wouldn't have considered them to be very important vehicles, but this guy did, I guess. So he had one still running from, they were made back in the late 80s, early 90s, I think. But, yeah, so anyhow, I don't have too much to say, but I kept hearing you hurting for callers, so I thought I'll call in and try to help you out.
I thank you very much. Yes, it's been kind of a quiet morning. Yeah, some days, I mean, you got full lines, and other mornings is like, hey, where you at?
Yeah, well, maybe me and Ashton Mario Kart can show up at that pool party you're having at your place. I think Ashton would like that.
I think he'd have a great time. Yes.
All right. Well, have a good night. I'll be listening.
Thank you. Buckwheat, have a good morning. And say hello to Mario Kart. All right. As he was speaking there, I did a quick search, and I did find a bit more from FreightWaves in regards to the whole Purdue scenario, where they pretty much all the drivers say they were blindsided. Tim Morris of Island, Kentucky, said he and approximately 30 regional drivers for Purdue, headquartered in Salisbury, Maryland, were blindsided Monday when they were called into a meeting and the company officials told them without warning, clean out your trucks, hand in your fuel cards and your badges. Now, that was a post I had seen from one of our other listening friends, and I thought, surely that would have made some of the trucking industry headlines. Until this past day, that's the first I had seen. Now, Morris said he and other PTI private fleet over-the-road drivers who were let go hauled refrigerated loads of mainly chicken and turkey products for Purdue Farms facilities out of Cromwell, Kentucky, Washington, Indiana, and Monterey, Tennessee. We were told the company was restructuring and doing away with its Midwest over-the-road division, and the company was going to use outside carriers instead. We were told the remaining drivers were going to be moved to the company's short-haul division. Now, as of publication Wednesday, Purdue had not responded to FreightWaves' calls and emails for comment about the layoffs. It is not clear if Purdue drivers in other regions were impacted by the layoffs. One recruiter said he was unaware of any layoffs at PTI. Now, Morris, who posted a video of PTI drivers cleaning out their rigs after Monday's meeting, said he worked part-time for the carrier for about 3 years, while other drivers confirmed the news. Morris said he was able to speak with media because he didn't have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to receive severance pay like the full-time drivers did. Maybe that explains why nobody's saying anything. Okay, if you want your severance pay, you're not... Mum is the word. He said, I heard some received severance packages around 8 or so weeks based on the number of years they had worked for the company. Either way, Purdue Farms is a fourth-generation family-owned food and agriculture company. Purdue Foods, Purdue Agribusiness. Private fleet, PTI, has 476 drivers, 643 power units, according to the FMCSA's Safer site. I feel bad for the full-time drivers with families because we were paid well and the company offered good insurance benefits. I said, I'll be okay, but I'll miss the drivers. That was, again, FreightWaves from this past day. So, non-disclosure agreements, though. Trying to keep things quiet for whatever reason. I mean, in this day and age, it all gets out. It doesn't take any time. But all right, what do we got? News break just around the corner here. The inbred redneck. The unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator. And room for you at 844-3388. Yeah, the typical peak of hurricane season, historically speaking, has arrived. About 2/3 of Atlantic hurricane activity occurs between August 20 and October 10. The Gulf of Mexico contains record hurricane fuel, and the Atlantic's waters are alarmingly hot as well. And yet the Atlantic is silent. No storms in the forecast anytime soon. In fact, the rest of August may go without a single named storm forming. And as September looms, many are wondering when or is the Atlantic going to reawaken? Forecasters, they tell us, are doubling down on their predictions for a hyperactive season with enough named storms to exhaust the conventional naming list used by the Hurricane Center. Researchers at Colorado State University are calling for a season nearly twice as active as average. The measure how much energy storms churn across a season's time. In the near term, it looks like the calendar will flip to September uneventfully. Then that temporary reprieve they expect will come to a grinding halt. Storm activity is likely to increase as next month begins, and a flurry of storminess is probable deeper into the month of September. Has this actually been a slow season to date? So believe it or not, actually it hasn't. It did take a while to get going. Of course, then they go through the scenarios of what we've seen thus far with Beryl and on into Debbie, then Ernesto. The Atlantic is empty right now. And according to the National Hurricane Center, tropical cyclone activity not expected in the next 7 days. You say, how is this possible during peak season? Dust from the Sahara. Limiting factor number one. Some of these tropical waves are coming off further to the north. They are the seeds of tropical storms and hurricane. A lot of harsh upper-level winds or wind shear preventing a lot of development. So they're still saying a lot of activity yet to come. Let's get to news break and back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire. Divers have retrieved more bodies from the wreckage of a luxury yacht that sunk this week off the coast of the Italian island of Sicily. British billionaire Mike Lynch went missing with members of his family, friends and staff during Monday's tragedy when a violent storm caused the boat to capsize in the Mediterranean Sea. Our Europe correspondent is Giles Gibson.
Specialist divers have been flown in to search the wreckage that's lying on its side on the seafloor, about 50 metres below the surface. Their task is extremely challenging. The wreck is so deep they can only spend about 10 minutes searching before they have to resurface again.
A deal to end the fighting in Gaza is on the brink of collapse after America's top diplomat left the Middle East with no truce in place. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 9th visit to the region since the start of the war came amid days of negotiations to secure a ceasefire, but his trip ended without an agreement. To another conflict, Ukraine, where more than 2 weeks have passed since its forces launched its surprise incursion into Russia. Megumi Lim has this update from Kyiv.
Ukrainian forces advanced 28 to 35 kilometers into Russia's Kursk region and were now in control of 93 settlements and more than 1,200 square kilometers of territory. Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia began more than 2 weeks ago and has led to the evacuation of thousands of people on both sides of the border. President Zelensky said Ukraine was trying to create a buffer zone and to degrade Moscow's military potential. On Wednesday, authorities said evacuations were being planned for the 45 residents living in Ukraine's Sumy region, which borders the Kursk region. Officials said Russian forces have been pushed back from the border because of the incursion and artillery attacks have decreased, but airstrikes have intensified.
New jobs stats from the United States suggest job growth has been less positive than previously thought. Caroline Malone reports.
Employers added about 174,000 jobs a month for the 12 months leading up to March. That's revising downwards previous estimates. It's part of a preliminary process in which surveys are reconciled to get more accurate numbers and will become official next year. It does show that strong jobs growth has been less strong than previously thought. There is potential vulnerability in the jobs market, which has been touted as secure. That'll likely impact the Federal Reserve decision on monetary policy as they consider inflation and job numbers.
And the last elephant in South Africa's National Zoo has been released back into the wild after 40 years of captivity. The elephant, Charlie, was captured in 1984 from a Zimbabwean national park when he was just 2 years old. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Well, good morning to the inbred redneck. Or is this the Manitoba Marauder?
Oh, buddy. You know my feelings on Canada, buddy. Them daggone Canadians have done it, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, there is a hitman that's going by the name of Manitoba Marauder that is out to get me and prevent me from being the president of the United States, buddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, all I need is a little bit of help from the truck driving community out there. If you see any of them Manitobans out here, y'all tell him, you know, the inbred redneck sent you, and he don't know what he's in for, buddy. And Justin Trudeau, you know, he'll try anything to keep me from being president of the United States, buddy. He knows what's going to happen. We're going to invade Canada, buddy. As soon as I get elected, you know, it's on. Gonna be on like donkey on. You know, I'm gonna be up there. First thing is I'm gonna tell them, you know, I don't know if most Americans are aware of this, but 95% of the Canadian population live within 10 miles of the daggone U.S. border, buddy. They need to take a step back.
Okay.
You know, give us some breathing room down here, buddy. And by the way I look at it, I mean, we can have a state number 51. We'll call it Canuck or whatever, you know. And I think we can get it done for probably about $2 million, buddy. I mean, that big war chest, I'm sure we can float that in the budget somewhere. You know what I'm saying,
right?
Buddy? Yeah. $2 million. We could probably buy our way in with $2 million. I don't know if you've seen the exchange rates on the American dollar versus Canadian dollar, buddy. But them Canadians are in trouble here recently, buddy. Their money's almost worthless like it used to be. You know, at one time it was pretty close to 3 Canadian dollars equal 1, and it's you know, 2, something like that, 2.5 now. It's climbing back up there the way it used to be. You know, so I mean, $2 million we could buy off population. Of course, you know, it wouldn't take a big force. I'm not going to say we're going to have a draft or anything like that, Steve, but I have assembled a well-trained tactical unit here in eastern Kentucky. It's containing 10 rednecks, buddy, and I think we can get the whole country with 10 rednecks, buddy. I mean, just to tell you the truth. So,
have you written your version of Hillbilly Eulogy? Have you got that?
Well, you know, I've heard of him talking about drinking Diet Mountain Dew and all this other stuff, and living in Louisville. Now, Steve, the last time I checked with the redneck population, I mean, it's not that we got anything against people in Louisville, but, I mean, they ain't really rednecks, buddy. You know? But, yeah, I mean, I should really get down there and get to writing on that. You know, I put out a book on meditation. It's done pretty good. And it's under my ghostwriter name, and another book on some other technical stuff that people need to know. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right. Yes.
But yeah, it's kind of sitting there floundering, you know. But that's all right. That's the way it goes. Not everything's going to be a hit, but.
Well, was that how to?
Yeah, I mean,
how to successfully grow marijuana in the hills of Kentucky? Was that it?
Steve, you're letting the cat out of the bag, buddy. You shouldn't have said that, man. You shouldn't have said that. That's the one that's floundering, buddy. It's floundering bad. But yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of competition in some aspects of internet.
Seeing now that everybody and their brothers, you know, growing it, so there's a lot of competition out there.
Yeah.
Well, mind your P's and Q's. Be aware of your surroundings. Look out for the Manitoba Marauder. He's out there on the trail.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Meanwhile, other industry headlines as the FMCSA received an exemption request from a trash and recycling company. They want regulatory relief from certain drug and alcohol clearinghouse requirements. Yeah, we're talking about Waste Management Holdings. The exemption request when drivers are transferred among two or more Waste Management Holding carriers with different U.S. DOT numbers, according to the FMCSA documents. Waste Management Holding employs tens of thousands of commercial vehicle drivers among affiliate companies operating under 83 different U.S. DOT numbers. Every time a driver transfers between affiliate carriers, right now they're required to ask transferred drivers to complete new employment applications, contact previous employers, run new motor vehicle records, query the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, analyze whether pre-employment drug screening is necessary, and perform testing if required, and create new qualification files. Waste Management Holdings asserts that the existing driver qualification and drug and alcohol testing rules fails to contemplate the types of intercompany driver transfers that their operation necessitates, they have severe administrative inefficiencies, record duplication, inability to respond timely to surges in demand for waste removal, things that occur during natural disasters, public health emergencies such as the COVID pandemic, mass gatherings or events, infrastructure failures, community cleanup efforts, industrial accidents or spills. Waste Management is asking the FMCSA for relief from the administrative burden of requalifying already qualified drivers every time they're assigned or reassigned among their motor carrier affiliates, which kind of makes sense when you have issues, natural disaster. You've got a lot of waste that needs removed, and they'll bring in drivers from other locales. So they will be accepting public comment on that request. That is slated to be published in the Federal Register today, August 22nd. So there you go. Well, hello, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be called the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, I got news for you, Steve. We're really gearing up for this great big party. I heard you talking to Wright the other night. Yeah, we'll be there Monday evening at 8:30. Boy, a week-long party, man. Your house will never be the same. Boy, we're looking really forward to it. We're supposed to go over and get the blind man out of that rehab center on, I think, Saturday evening. We're going over and taking him over to the strip club, and, well, we're not sure how that's going to work, but I think maybe he can get a feel for things. We're hoping so, at least. We've changed the swimsuit competition to a wet T-shirt contest, and the blind man is going to judge it. Yes, that's right, folks. Unfortunately, hopefully the women will not have a problem with it being a hands-on experience. That is the plan, at least, because that's the only way you can judge it. But anyway, tell you what, do you have any extra beer around? I'm going to bring some moonshine, but I don't think we're going to have quite enough. My stock, Old German's a little low, too. I mean, I guess we'll have to hit your fridge. You got plenty there in that Skullbuster Miller Lite.
What's your preference? Colt 45, Blatz, Schlitz malt liquor? What's your...
Well, I prefer Old German myself. That's my personal favorite. But,
Old German.
Me and Gilligan have the same taste that comes to that. It's a little hard to find, but you can still find it out there. I'm trying to figure out. Gilligan said he was going to drive the bus, but then he said that he wanted me to drive it. I guess we're going to have to just remember, folks, for an incredible low price of $19.95, we'll give you a ride from the truck stop over to the party. And there's a door. For a so low price at $49.95, we'll give you a round-trip ticket. Yes, that's right. That's an over $10 value. You heard our fearless leader, Mr. Inbred Redneck, on the phone there earlier. Yes, that's right. Keep those campaign contributions coming to GMA and BS Enterprises. Yes, that's right, folks. These administrative costs is through the roof. Yes, we got to get the Inbred Redneck into the White House. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I got to get in a conference call with Wright so we can really set this up.
That'll be an interesting conversation.
Move up the move.
Two geniuses holding a conversation. I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that one. It is 844-844-3388. Love's Travel Centers. I guess they're trying to do their part of the going green. They've broken ground on 2 new electric vehicle charging stations, Ripley and Waterloo, New York. These locations will offer dual-port Level 3 DC fast chargers with high-power outputs, part of their plan to expand their electric vehicle charging infrastructure on a national basis. Now, they said their electric vehicle charging locations are located right off highways with efficient entry and exit points. Each charging area is expected to have canopies as well as windshield cleaning supplies, security cameras, and 24/7 access. Standard amenities, Wi-Fi, restrooms, fresh food, and more will also be available for those using the electric vehicle charging stations. In addition, team members will check for safety issues on a regular basis. Now, they plan to add more charging stations throughout the national infrastructure, breaking ground on 4 stations in Pennsylvania, 4 in Kentucky, at some point still this year. In 2025, they plan to start construction on stations, numerous locations, Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Georgia, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and the state of Washington. We'll see if the demand is there. It's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Made it through Hump Day, Thursday. We turned the page on the calendar. Get back to the calls here. Always moving. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I don't know if I have much to say after your last caller. That's a tough act to follow.
You think?
Yeah. I was a little surprised that the blind man wasn't going to drive the bus.
Uh-huh.
I thought if he was going to be the judge, if he's going to be the judge of everything and all, and they'd let him drive the bus. Well, what time is the party? Because I didn't know about it.
Well, when you get here, right? I told what's his name? I told the right wing not to get here about 8:30 there Monday night on September the 2nd. Party ends at like 9. So
I figured it was a Labor Day party. It wasn't like this weekend or whatever. But oh well. Well, I didn't have too much to say other than checking in. They accidentally scheduled me off for 8 days, so I've been enjoying doing a whole lot of nothing at home. I find out in my older age, I'm just not as productive without a schedule as I used to be. But I have worked a lot at my second job, so I've got a lot of hours in there. I did want to say I read an article this evening that it sounds like it said that Ford was going to go with, they are scrapping their program to go all electric, and they're looking at making hybrids now. They said that's what people want. They don't want just all electric cars. They want the hybrids.
Yep.
So I thought that was interesting. Yep. And I've watched some snippets of the DNC convention, and I have to agree that I'm not hearing any policy, but it's like a let's bash Trump party, which is interesting. And instead of talking about what they want to do and how they're going to do it for the country, they're just attacking President Trump. And I also heard an interesting comment that, they're blaming President Trump for everything, but out of the last 16 years, 12 of those years were run by Democrats. So what are they complaining about? That's a good point. I also thought it was interesting that the Teamsters president, I think his first name was Sean, he spoke at the RNC, and I saw him speak. But then the UAW president spoke at the DNC, and the snippet I saw of him, he was very, very angry, and he was screaming at the crowd that President Trump doesn't know a darn thing about making cars. How could he doesn't know about it. He doesn't know a darn thing about making cars. And I thought, well, what does Harris and Walsh know about making cars? They don't make anything. They've never built anything. A teacher and an attorney, what would they know about it as opposed to at least a contractor who understands productions and lines and demands and things like that? I mean, I didn't understand that man's point whatsoever. And I did hear the digs that Michelle Obama was making at the Biden administration, Biden-Harris, I should say, administration. But and I think the sickest part for me is we're so proud that we're killing babies out front in a van.
Yeah.
I'm just really blown away by that one. That's beyond ghoulish in my eyes. I have no problem with Planned Parenthood. I have no problems with providing contraceptives for underprivileged or people who can't afford it or whatever. I would rather you do that. But to broadcast and be so proud that we're gonna kill babies right here at the DNC, that to me is beyond sick. And I don't get that part at all. That's really sad. But I have found another interesting black man. His name is Devori Darkins. He lives in California. He's very, very common sense, and he's a black man, and he's explaining the black man's perspective on a lot of things, and he's lovely to listen to. But yeah, I don't see where the people of color are that impressed. I mean, in all the interviews and stuff they're doing, they're saying, well, no, the Democrats haven't done anything for us. They keep promising, but nothing's happening. And that a lot of them are leaning towards President Trump. So interesting, very interesting. Long ways away till the election.
Yeah, a lot could happen between now and then. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and you know, there's always that last minute little something that happens. Usually in October, there's usually a surprise that, you know, all of a sudden something comes out about somebody. But I do know that when President Trump said, you know, they tell me I'm not supposed to make attacks to Kamala, and he said, but you have to understand, I am angry at what they have done to me and put me through. And I thought, the man makes a good point. So if he wants to make personal attacks for silly, frivolous lawsuits, then go for it.
Yeah.
So I will let
Very
you go.
good. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, because we are right up against the clock there. News break 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The Minnesota governor promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour, promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Divers continue searches on Thursday for a missing person after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. On Wednesday, 5 bodies were found on the boat by divers. Investigations also continue into how the yacht sank on Monday. Technical diver Jeff Cornish says conditions will be very difficult for search teams.
They're very confined spaces. You've got to get yourself and your equipment through into those spaces. And with that limited amount of time that some of those early divers seem to have had, I can imagine it being very, very problematic.
US prosecutors have charged a Chinese dissident arrested in New York with being an agent for Beijing's intelligence service. Naturalized US citizen Yuanjun Tang is also accused of making false statements to the FBI. In India, security's been beefed up outside the hospital where a trainee doctor was raped and murdered. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security at the RG Kar Medical Hospital as doctors continue protests demanding justice for the victim. Correspondent Ishan Gergs at the hospital in Kolkata.
The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital on 14th August, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. South Korea's president says an invasion by North Korea would lead to the end of Kim Jong-un's regime. The comments came as Seoul and Washington stage 11 days of joint military exercises. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says that the North Korean regime is the most irrational on earth, and military preparedness is the only way to counter any potential miscalculation from North Korea. The comments come as he was observing annual military drills between South Korea and the United States. Pyongyang regards these annual drills as hostile and a potential precursor to possible invasion. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
The Federal Reserve looks increasingly likely to cut interest rates at its next meeting in September. Minutes from the US Central Bank's July meeting show most policymakers supported a reduction if inflation continued to cool. From New York, Sally Patterson.
With US interest rates at a 23-year high, market watchers are hoping cuts are on the horizon. And minutes from the Federal Reserve's last policy meeting hint that could well be the case. Indeed, the vast majority of participants at the July meeting observed that, quote, if the data continued to come in about as expected, it would likely be appropriate to ease policy at the next meeting. Recent progress on inflation and increases in the unemployment rate have provided a plausible case for bringing down the benchmark rate, according to the central bank. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is due to speak at Jackson Hole on Friday, which could give an even clearer picture of the central bank's plans for its September rate meeting. Sally Patterson, New York.
To find more of our television, radio and digital reporting from around the world, you can find us on Facebook. Search Feature Story News. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Simon & Simon solve the case in mods and semis. Another of Pulling's royal families wins one for their trophy case. All this as part of a record-breaking Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Despite the disheartening weather forecast, the 57th National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio was able to bring 23 of 26 classes to their conclusions and award all 13 of its championship rings. Also crowned were the first 3 NTPA Grand National Champions of 2024. Let's have a look back at this incomparable 3-day stretch of NTPA Championship pulling. In light superstock, Josh Blackburn piloted Chris Meintz's hole shot to a win in the tractor's first NTPA national appearance. Wellington and Kenton remain on the division schedule. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross and Triple Bypass won their 9th and 10th in a sweep, but it took a shovel to clean up some internals after Saturday's destructive pass. In Superstock Open, 6 tractors arrived with a realistic chance at the title. The extremely armed and dangerous of Terry Blackburn got it done for his 5th such accolade in the Opens. But 23 champ Zane Daly and Rutten Deer 2 got the walk-off winner Saturday, and John Strickland's Galat 2 was dominant Friday and claimed the jewelry. In High Torque Super Farm, Brooke Ferris won his 3rd straight BG ring with Absolutely Nuts. Ferris won on Friday and had already clinched the event championship when rain stopped the show on Saturday. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Brian Schramek won his 1st ring since 2012 with Son Braden's Youngblood on the strength of a 1st and a 6th. Chance McGrath and his Last Chance 2 won Saturday, and Brent Myers lead with injected funds over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy Shrank with 5 hooks to go. In CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, Mason Theobald won his storied family's first ever BG ring with Wicked. The McDonald-Richardson partnership on Suffering Sanity now holds the division lead, heading to the Kenton closeout. In 4-wheel drive, of the 32 rings thus far awarded, Jim and Paul Holman have won 10. Their foreplay was second to Mason Brizanine's Cut Loose on Thursday and won it all on Saturday. Meanwhile, Mark Mangan's advantage with the Outlaw has swelled to an insurmountable 30 points, and he'll earn his 2nd title in Wauseon. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine will have a gemstone to polish after a 5th to Cody Hastings Against the Grain and a 2nd to Jonathan Waskub's Coal Mine Express. They'll settle it all on Sandwich's Thursday truck night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, the drivers wanted Peterbilt of R.J. Simon overcame a 5-point deficit to Brian Ellthorpe's 2-time champ Nicky's Nightmare to win his 1st truck title and earn a sweep for the ring. In Modified Mini, Ken Veeney drew ever closer to Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity with double wins aboard Fun Little Farmall. They'll finish it off across 2 One-Hook Friday events in Wellington and Wauseon. In GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified, rookie Johnny Payne piloted Limitless to a 2nd and a 1st for the best weekend average and the ring to go with it. But R.J. Simon won the war with Simon Says for his 1st Modified division title. In Modified, R.J.'s brother Brandon got his own sweep with a 4-engine edition of Simon Says. With that, the defending champ trimmed several points off the margin of season-long leader Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, after Joe Ader dominated the Thursday opener, he had to park his Emax for repairs. That swung the door wide open for Ricky Rose and Giddy Up to get a Saturday night win and Rose's 2nd overall ring. Ader's scratch also let Adam Bowers cross-threaded back into the race with only Wellington remaining. Speaking of which, here comes the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, Ohio on August 23rd. Full Pole.live for the cast in an early 6 p.m. start. Before then, it's Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday and Hicksville, Ohio on Thursday in Region 2. And afterward, it's Wyowega, Wisconsin on Saturday in Terramax Region 3. NTPAPULL.com for all you need to know. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you very much. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, it's a brand new day, Thursday. Welcome aboard. So we're literally, days away from the annual Burning Man Festival. It's a hard sell this year. The annual raucous weekend, week-long immersion in debauchery held in Nevada's Black Rock Desert normally sells out in no time, sometimes in minutes. But here we are just days ahead of the August 25th opening, and according to The Guardian, there's still tickets to be had. This will be the first year since 2011, they say, that the festival has not sold out, according to the executive director of The Generator. Burning Man, they've had a rocky last few years, canceled in 2020 and 21 due to the pandemic. Then in 2022, record-setting heat scorching, the allure of days spent out in the middle of the desert. Then last year, I remember well, where they had massive monsoonal rains that turned the Burning Man site into miles and miles of impassable mud. There were people out there literally stranded for days, couldn't get out. President of the Idaho Burners Alliance says the last few years have been tough. Weather has been very difficult to predict. The rain last year got a lot of people freaked out about it. And it goes beyond weather, with food and housing making more immediate concerns a priority. A lot of folks are just choosing to skip a year or two to solidify their living situation. Now, they say although tickets are $575, the cost of attending is a whole lot more. It's almost entirely self-funded, and it can cost tens of thousands of dollars, they say. Sales have been down this year across the board. For anyone that does anything that we do as far as planning these sort of events, anything related to a festival culture, major music festivals around the country struggling, canceling, or postponing events. According to Billboard, the Coachella Music Festival sold about 80% of their tickets this year. A lot of folks are saying, I just need a year off. And the other feedback he says they're receiving is the economy. Being laid off, the cost just to buy a ticket, then you got to get yourself there, the cost of fuel, the cost of being away from your job. So, yeah, not surprising. Maybe they're headed toward the end of an era, maybe. Burning Man. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just a few miles behind the Wingnut. But tell you what, when I was making a turn to get on 99 up here, there was a stoplight that was shoulder level to me, and it said, folks with ARs don't get into cattle cars. And I thought, whoa, that's a pretty true statement. So, I don't know, it seems like if the Harris-Walsh group gets in, we're going to be fighting with fingernails, rocks, and, I don't know. It just don't look good if they get in. And what policies have they come up with that, is going to sway voters to vote for them? I haven't heard of any. All I heard is a bunch of feel-good stuff.
Well, we're gonna get food prices down. We're gonna have
energy.
We're gonna have price caps.
How? That's what I want to know. How are you planning on doing this? Why haven't you done this in 3.5 years of being up there? And now, they got that
right.
The updated thing saying they actually lied about the jobs. They lied.
Well,
about the economy.
It wasn't a lie. No, the figures were they miscalculated. It was a miscalculation. There's a difference.
Oh yeah. Okay, well then I guess whoever miscalculated needs to be put up on charges. I mean, if it was misfigures, ain't that what they basically did to Trump? Well, it was misapplied, so he lied. Ah, goodness. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander, but that doesn't necessarily happen, does it? So, anyways, I tell you what, these people in California, they'll let you know exactly where your work zone is and how slow you need to go. But they don't tell you where it ends. You continue doing that slow speed, and all of a sudden you come to another work zone that says, slow down to this speed. Well, when the hell did it end to begin with, Goodness gracious. Well, what else is going on? Hey, there was something about oh, hell, I can't think of what it is now, but Artemis, was that it? The lunar lander had successfully made it back. I think it was Monday. I guess that was going to be the thing they're going to use to land on the moon to do their experiments and then start building a base. I think that's what it was. Philip would know more about it. But they said it made a success. If I could talk, it'd be dangerous. A successful splash landing, and they were showing the capsule coming down with 2 or 3 parachutes on it, just like the old capsules did from the Apollo missions. So I guess they're real happy about that. I don't know if that means they're going to be firing it off with crewed people, crewed capsules here in the next year or so. But yeah, it was awful nice to see that we can still make it to space and bring something back without government interference and whatnot. And you can't give Wright and Charlie Farquharson impersonator too much credit, because their heads are big enough. I mean, you give them a little bit of credit, they're going to swell up, and they won't be able to get inside the cabs of their trucks nor into the rooms of their houses there. You ever think to yourself, you hear the Mission Impossible theme music going on if you get those two together? Oh, good Lord. That's something I really don't want to think about, because you get those two idiots together and Lord knows what's going to happen. So, other than that, I guess that's about it. I just don't listen to the DNC because they really don't say nothing that's worth a hoot. They'll lie like hell about everything. Oh, the economy's great. And
yep.
That's whatever that auto.
It's a rah
president is.
Rah rally is what it is. Just everybody get all juiced up, and what we really are anticipating is come debate time, when they actually have to answer questions. Kamala will have to speak. I'm assuming they'll have the same rules as they had for Joe Biden's first debate. No teleprompter, no pre-written notes. And that should prove quite interesting for Kamala Harris. Update. Let's see. As word, the official lockout is underway with the railroads. Canadian Pacific barred virtually all new shipments starting Tuesday morning. The Canadian Northern did the same on Wednesday to avoid leaving any goods stranded on the tracks. How long does it take for some of these industries to be impacted? I can't help but wonder. Industry that will be hit hardest include agriculture, mining, energy, retail, automaking, and construction. Then, of course, you've got the commuters that are going to be looking for, how the heck am I going to get to work today? I don't know how many of these people will be able to maybe work from home as they did under the pandemic restrictions. But more than 32,000 rail commuters across the country will have to find a new way to get to the office. Transit authorities have said select commuter lines that run on Canadian Pacific tracks in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver will be suspended if the dispatchers walk off the job, obviously. The commuter lines affected by this work stoppage are TransLink's West Coast Express in the Vancouver area, Metrolink's Milton Line, and the Lakeshore Line's Hamilton GO Station in the Greater Toronto area. Retailers that are concerned about what the ripple effects might be. Product is not being loaded onto various forms of transportation because of the expectation it could just get backlogged and stuck. According to the Retail Council of Canada, We're talking holiday shopping products, Halloween products, even food items. 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Heatwave was asking about the Artemis mission. I wasn't familiar with anything currently going on. But latest I could find, this would be the Artemis 2 mission, which is expected to actually have humans aboard. They're not going to land on the moon. The next Artemis mission will be simply to go around the moon and come back. They said NASA wants to start stacking the Space Launch System, the SLS, for that mission sometime next month. But the agency's exploration chief said that could be delayed because engineers are still studying the readiness of the Orion spacecraft's heat shield. That's the capsule that they return back to Earth on. That heat shield, which is already installed at the base of the spacecraft, that's what will take the brunt of heating when the capsule blazes back through the atmosphere at the end of the 10-day mission. Now, it was the Artemis 1 test flight late in 22 when they spent the spacecraft to the moon and back with no crew members on board. The only significant blemish on that test flight was the finding that charred chunks of the heat shield had unexpectedly stripped away from the capsule during re-entry as temperatures increased to nearly 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course, the spacecraft did safely splash down. They say if astronauts had been on board, they would have been fine, but the inspection of the recovered spacecraft showed divots of heat shield material missing. The heat shield is designed to erode away in a controlled manner during re-entry. Instead, fragments fell off the heat shield that left cavities resembling potholes. So in other words, they say there's a lot of work to do. They've launched internal and independent investigations to look into that heat shield issue. All right, we haven't made any formal decisions on the forward path yet because we're still doing some analysis. There's a lot of complications associated, though, with the heat shield, not only with identifying a root cause, but figuring out a way, a path forward once we identify the root causes there. So, yeah, everything's been kind of pushed back on that. 2025 would be the crewed mission around the moon. Now they're saying 2026 for the Artemis 3 mission, which anticipates actually landing, placing astronauts back on the moon's surface if all goes according to schedule. The anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, we're on the alternate headsets. You'll have to let me know if we have audible interruption or anything there, Your Honor. Haven't had this one out for a while, so not sure how its operational workings are at this point.
So what, did the dog eat your headset?
Anyways,
the dog eat your headset like Spaceman's dog?
No, I left the other one in the pickup there. I used it on the way home yesterday and didn't pick it up this morning to put it back in the other truck, put it back in the big truck.
Whoops.
So we had to use the alternate one. So the other day I got a friend request on Facebook. I don't know if you caught that or not, but Elon Musk sent me a friend request, Your Honor.
Really?
I must be moving up in the world. Yeah, so I didn't know if I should respond to that or not.
Who do you think's impersonating Elon Musk? I'm pretty sure Elon Musk does not send out friend requests.
You don't think he sent me a friend request so he could make a donation to the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day truck convoy? I'm just thinking, he'd be a good one to have in my back pocket to help me out with that. So here's a question for you. If when you have either Charlie or that far right wing nut on there, if you played Indian Love Call, would their brains explode like the Martians did in Mars Attack?
I'll have to try that.
Just ask. Yeah, just asking. Anyway, so I guess what important news I got for you is Interstate 83 there in Harrisburg is going to be closed this weekend. They're going to take down a bridge. So I guess both directions are going to have detours set up, and said some of it might cause for a little bit of extra traffic congestion, because I would imagine they're going to actually try to put you a little bit into Harrisburg. I don't know. I don't know the exact detour route yet.
So it's, it did say the shutdown between exit 44 and 45. I don't know how many, what the distance between those two exits are, but they're going to take you off, at whatever direction you're going, respectively, 44, 45, and you have to go around on the skinny roads, right, to get back onto the interstate. All right, so hey, we'll pause there. News break. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
In London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The Minnesota governor promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour, promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Divers continue searches on Thursday for a missing person after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. On Wednesday, 5 bodies were found on the boat by divers. Investigations also continue into how the yacht sank on Monday. Technical diver Jeff Cornish says conditions will be very difficult for search teams.
They're very confined spaces. You've got to get yourself and your equipment through into those spaces. And with that limited amount of time that some of those early divers seem to have had, I can imagine it being very, very problematic.
US prosecutors have charged a Chinese dissident arrested in New York with being an agent for Beijing's intelligence service. Naturalized US citizen Yuan Jun Tang is also accused of making false statements to the FBI. In India, security's been beefed up outside the hospital where a trainee doctor was raped and murdered. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security at the RG Kar Medical Hospital as doctors continue protests demanding justice for the victim. Correspondent Ishan Gergs at the hospital in Kolkata.
The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital on 14th August, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What else? Email Steve at hotshotSecret.com. Get to some of our emails coming up here, other industry headlines as well. Multiple bills moving to the California Senate addressing concerns about autonomous trucks and other autonomous vehicles. Let me get back to horse feathers here. All right, thanks for hanging in there. So are we doing another late start thing tonight? Doing the 4 o'clock thing?
Yep, that's exactly right. So we're just in downtown Baltimore now, so all the joy and fun of doing that. But, yeah, other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on that I saw there. I guess from everything I've heard, the Democrat convention there was just a typical Trump bashing, is what we would expect it to be, and so I don't know. That's pretty much their platform to stand on, isn't it? Is Trump did everything wrong and he was bad and we're good. I did hear that we're back to hope again.
Hope, yes.
But it wasn't hope and change.
Exactly.
What happened to hope and change?
Only difference is no more, I guess, the change has already taken place. So no more Kamala Harris, the president of hope.
A New Hope, is it something like that? I don't know. Yeah. So, do you want to hang your what you want to have happen and your livelihood on hope, or do you want to hang it on, I don't know, somebody that's actually run businesses and been successful in business and been a successful president, but they'd never admit to that. But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you right now. So I guess if we come up with anything else the next hour, maybe we'll give you a ringy dingy back if this alternate speaking device works for you. We'll have to see how that holds out for another hour.
It seems to be doing all right. Yeah, I mean it's not like the what was that thing called? The one we won't drop any names. It is 844-844-3388. Mergers, acquisitions. Keenan Advantage Group announcing Tuesday they've acquired the bulk tank hauler Transvac. Abbeville, Louisiana-based Transvac primarily provides tank transportation of chemicals, plastics, petroleum products, and water treatment products. Company also provides disposal services for drilling muds at oil and gas wells. 45 power units, 43 drivers, according to the FMC's Safer site. All drivers are hazmat certified. Financial terms not disclosed. There's so much upside to bringing Transvac and its skilled employees into the Keenan Advantage Group family of companies. In the press release, the combination gives us a highly specialized fleet of trailing assets that will allow us to expand our offerings to existing chemical customers with additional capacity, especially in the Louisiana and Arkansas markets. The deal also provides incremental chemical storage space. North Canton, Ohio-based Keenan Advantage Group is the largest tank trucking company in North America. A fleet of approximately 5,800 tractors across their various brands, operating roughly 300 terminals, providing bulk transportation fuels, energy products, chemicals, and food products. Keenan Advantage Group, a broker, their logistics acts as a broker in the same markets. All right, so there you go, mergers and acquisitions as we move on into a Thursday morning. Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I don't know about that Charlie Ferguson fellow. And he gets out there sometimes. Hey, I guess I heard horse feathers right that he's come out of the closet and going to live an alternative lifestyle.
Oh,
I heard him say something about alternative. Wasn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Always Moving, for the suggestion. Yeah, that's an idea. We'll get the blind man to drive the bus, and they'll just get him seeing eye dog to direct him which way to go. What do you think, Steve? You think that'll work?
I was thinking at the time she didn't need to be giving you guys any brilliant ideas, but it's too late now, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Well, Sex Maniac's supposed to deliver the Jell-O soon, so you'll be glad to hear that. Well, I'm glad to hear there's been some good words said at the DNC convention. Oprah Winfrey said this is the election that's a choice between common sense and nonsense. Oh, wait a minute. She meant common sense was Kamala Harris, didn't she? Yeah, well, she had the right
That's
words.
what she meant. That's what
backwards.
she meant. Yeah, but I guess that was a true statement.
Yeah, she had them totally. Yeah, a true statement, and she just had them backwards. But that's nothing new for Oprah. Hey, on a serious note, have you heard anything more about Dan, not Don, since he had it, since the act? Well, since it.
Yes, since the accident, there were supposedly that I don't know if we were on the air or not. That branch that came, they called it a branch. It was like 20 inches in diameter, so that was somewhere like a tree, right? A tree came down on him.
Yeah.
I think I spoke to. He was doing better, It's been a couple of days, though, since I talked to Scotty, and he was talking about maybe coming home on, I think he said Wednesday. I'll see if I can get a full report there.
Yeah, I'm sure many of your listeners would like to get an update on him. I've always enjoyed these calls. He's a very informative man. I mean, I really do enjoy his calls. Unlike some of mine, I think some people get a little sick of me. But then again, I do believe Charlie's smarter than what right is, but that's beside the point. Yeah, I like you calling us a genius. I'm kind of like Wile E. Coyote, a certified genius. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He even carried a business card. Well, Steve, you was talking about Purdue. They was laying off drivers. They was going to stop doing just keep with the local fleet there. I've hauled out of that Monterey facility. I've hauled a lot of chicken Purdue years ago when I was pulling reefer from a former company, Purdy Brothers. And every experience I've had with chicken, I mean, I've talked to other chicken haulers. That is some very low-paying freight. I was over at the Georgetown, Delaware facility a few times, and I've been in some stinking chicken plants, but I think that Georgetown plant's the worst ones I've been. And, these Purdue especially, and I've seen it with my own eyes, hire a lot of immigrants. I cannot say 100% they was all illegal, but I know they've had times where they put them in rooms when ICE showed up, so that's
right. I mean, that
outside of Harrisonburg.
That line of work, the chicken and meat plants, they are notorious for high. I mean, they always deny it, but apparently they can't identify a fake Social Security card or a fake ID. Right. Or so they say. Yeah.
The Georgetown, Delaware plant, like I said, I've been to a few times. Literally, here's the employee gate, and right beside it is a little trailer there with a way to send your money orders to different countries, mostly Central American, South American countries, different languages. A lot of people don't realize this, but in Mexico, parts of Mexico, most of Mexico do speak Spanish, but there's parts of Mexico that they actually speak Portuguese. A lot of people are unaware of that. Everybody thinks if you're south of the border, they speak Spanish, but that's not actually true. There's areas where they do speak Portuguese. And if you think about it, when the Europeans come over here, it wasn't just the English and the Spaniards. It was also the Portuguese. It was people from Denmark. I mean, actually, it was. There's been controversy some years ago. If you get up in north of 84, there in New York State, Larry could talk about this all night. You have Peekskill, you have Catskills, you have Wallkill. That's the name of towns, mountains, and stuff, like Catskill Mountains. Kill is actually Dutch for river or stream, small stream. But what I always thought was funny, you cross over into Connecticut, you got Danbury, you got Sunbury, you've got all these different berries. So I figured out a long time ago, they kill them in New York and bury them in Connecticut. No wonder that state stinks so bad. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. I hope everybody has a safe night and take care.
Thank you for checking in there, Gilligan. You do the same, about 15 before the hour. All right, what do we got? Open lines at 844-844-3388. As the DNC will wind things down in Chicago today, Thursday, the end of the 4 days. Of course, tonight is, what would they call it, the official coronation of Kamala Harris. She'll have her chance to speak. Meanwhile, we had I'm looking at the report where the Chicago Police Department's former chief of detectives, Gene Roy, calling out the hypocrisy and the myriad of ironies surrounding the DNC in the Windy City this week. He says there's a lot of ironies associated with the DNC being held at the United Center. He pointed to the murder of 7-year-old Jamani Riviera, who was killed by a stray bullet just blocks away from the venue, where the elites are protected with extensive security and security walls. His alleged killer, a 16-year-old with a violent history, who was allowed to move freely about the city. In contrast, he pointed out the differences between what the party elites do to protect themselves and what they do to provide to the mothers, the fathers, the elderly, and the children of Chicago who are left to fend for themselves. He called what's happening at the DNC window dressing, choreographed to hide the real and catastrophic problems faced by the residents there. I find the entire DNC convention is an example of the elitism of the Democrat Party. The politicians inside a heavily fortified building, almost like a castle. They're feasting on the best food and liquor while protected by hundreds of armed police officers and 2 separate fences. When I think about it, it reminds me of the king and his court living the high life in a castle in Europe, protected by an army while a moat, the 2 separate perimeters and fences, isolates the castle and the powerful from the reality of life outside. While the party elites have dance parties, pat themselves on the back for some clever gotcha zingers, outside the castle, where children need to go to school, parents need to go to work, and grandmas need to get to the store, absolute chaos unfolds in the streets. Chaos that does not touch the glitter inside the United Center. Now, Monday, the Party of Joy had the far-left protesters breaking down a portion of the DNC border gate, climbing over the barrier. Yeah, they've built this wall around the DNC convention in Chicago to keep the far-left protesters away from the party elites. At one point, the pro-Hamas protesters broke down the gate, began flooding over the next barrier. The reports I had seen was they never did breach the second. I mean, there's 2 perimeter lines. They got through perimeter 1, but I had not seen they had got through perimeter 2. It's 12 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, indeed, I was able to find an update here from Dan's daughter, Ashley. That's our friend Dan, not Don. They had a big tree limb come down on him here. I guess it was a week ago yesterday. Lucky to be alive. Was like 12 broken ribs, clavicle, sternum, vertebrae. So she says, update on Dan. This would have been from Tuesday morning. I know it's been a couple of days. Things have been pretty much remaining the same. However, they have decided to move forward with shoulder surgery. Yesterday, the doctor did say his hemoglobin levels have dropped a little, so they're continuing to monitor that. He was scheduled for surgery today, again Tuesday, on his shoulder, but emergency surgeries came in. So the surgery is now scheduled for Thursday, so that would be today. He's currently roomed in the Brain and Spine Building at OSU. All right, Ashley, thank you for the updates there. Prayers for Dan, not Don. Multiple bills move to the California Senate. Concerns about autonomous trucks and other autonomous vehicles. The update from OOIDA, which says we recognize the potential for the rapid development of autonomous technology, but we've highlighted that the technology poses challenges when it comes to commercial vehicles and highway safety. One California bill headed to the assembly floor would prohibit autonomous vehicle operation with a gross vehicle weight of at least 10,001 pounds for testing purposes, transporting goods or passengers without a human safety operator physically present. The Senate Appropriations Committee voted unanimously last Thursday to advance the bill to the chamber floor. Assembly lawmakers already approved Assembly Bill 2286 by a veto-proof 63-4 margin. If the full Senate approves the bill, and again, in committee it was unanimous, it would then head to the governor's desk. Interestingly, similar legislation was presented to the governor, I think it was last year, and he vetoed it. For whatever reason, this time around, there is a veto. They can override the governor if he tries to veto. Now, this following public workshops in January and July of last year by the California Department of Motor Vehicles, considering new regulatory processes to authorize the testing and deployment of autonomous vehicles. Newsom rejected that legislation. He said regulation and oversight of the heavy-duty autonomous vehicle technology is not necessary. In his veto message, he referred to state law that provides the Department of Motor Vehicles with authority to regulate testing and deployment of autonomous vehicles. And he added that draft regulations were expected to be released for public comment in the coming months. After that announcement, despite that assurance, those regulations, those draft regulations, were never presented. They've never been released, if they even exist, I guess. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break. Top of the hour coming up. Scarecrow will join us. Philip was talking earlier about awful bold of Zelensky to be moving into Russia. Now, thinking back, especially early in this conflict, where Vladimir Putin had clearly stated any attempt at entering our country would be met, and they several times said he could not rule out use of any type of weapon, a.k.a. a tactical nuke. I don't know where this is going. But the cross-border advance into Russia, seeing troops take out key bridges in the western part of the country. Yesterday, Moscow's mayor accused Kyiv of attempting to launch one of the largest ever drone attacks on the capital. We do know that Ukrainian forces have now moved in like 21.7 miles into Russian territory through Russia's defenses since the start of this surprise assault, capturing 93 different settlements. Russian forces in the area battling hard against Kyiv's shock incursion, definitely taken by surprise. The Ukrainian commander fighting in Russia's Kursk region tells CNN this past day, claiming that his own country's troops are still actually making gains. They're inside Russia, but these what they call suicide drones, dozens of them launched in, many of which were intercepted by Moscow's defense systems, they tell us. But we'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The Minnesota governor promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour. promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Divers continue searches on Thursday for a missing person after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. On Wednesday, 5 bodies were found on the boat by divers. Investigations also continue into how the yacht sank on Monday. Technical diver Jeff Cornish says conditions will be very difficult for search teams.
They're very confined spaces. You've got to get yourself and your equipment through into those spaces. And with that limited amount of time that some of those early divers seem to have had, I can imagine it being very, very problematic.
US prosecutors have charged a Chinese dissident arrested in New York with being an agent for Beijing's intelligence service. Naturalized US citizen Yuan Jun Tang is also accused of making false statements to the FBI. In India, security's been beefed up outside the hospital where a trainee doctor was raped and murdered. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security at the R.G. Kar Medical Hospital as doctors continue protests demanding justice for the victim. Correspondent Ishan Gergs at the hospital in Kolkata.
The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital on 14th August, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at R.G. Kar Hospital in Kolkata. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. South Korea's president says an invasion by North Korea would lead to the end of Kim Jong-un's regime. The comments came as Seoul and Washington stage 11 days of joint military exercises. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol says that the North Korean regime is the most irrational on earth, and military preparedness is the only way to counter any potential miscalculation from North Korea. The comments come as he was observing annual military drills between South Korea and the United States. Pyongyang regards these annual drills as hostile and a potential precursor to possible invasion. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
The Federal Reserve looks increasingly likely to cut interest rates at its next meeting in September. Minutes from the US Central Bank's July meeting show most policymakers supported a reduction if inflation continued to cool. From New York, Sally Patterson.
With US interest rates at a 23-year high, market watchers are hoping cuts are on the horizon. And minutes from the Federal Reserve's last policy meeting hint that could well be the case. Indeed, the vast majority of participants at the July meeting observed that, quote, if the data continued to come in about as expected, it would likely be appropriate to ease policy at the next meeting. Recent progress on inflation and increases in the unemployment rate have provided a plausible case for bringing down the benchmark rate, according to the central bank. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is due to speak at Jackson Hole on Friday, which could give an even clearer picture of the central bank's plans for its September rate meeting. Sally Patterson, New York.
To find more of our television, radio and digital reporting from around the world, you can find us on Facebook. Search Feature Story News. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, final hour off and rolling. Trust your week's going well. Thursday coming on here. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, Rubber Duck. He says, good morning. Wow, nice nap. I'm off on my Mission Impossible run. Waving from Rockford. So Minnesota isn't a foreign country? Interesting. Kind of looks like Canada to me. Maybe I'm lost. There you go. All right, Rubber Duck, safe travels there. Robert says, good morning all. Norman just rolled into Wichita. Once again, nice cool morning. The moon is out. Saw diesel at 301 in Salina. Let's see, we're running low on scrap, so we're topping off loads with smashed cars. Everybody have a good morning. Steve, you just read a statement before the 4 a.m. break about the DNC protecting themselves like a castle. Did anyone catch who made it? What do you mean, like the fencing, or? All I know is they've got dual lines of defense and tons of armed protection outside that venue and in as well. As I mentioned to Heatwave, we're all just awaiting debate number 1. Dick Morris chimed in, the political strategist Dick Morris, this past weekend. He said, the polling numbers, yes, they are very close between Trump and Kamala Harris right now. But that's going to change after that first debate, which he predicts will be a massacre. I think it's going to be a massacre, a wipeout, not just a debate. And I think that's because it's not just a question of Harris delivery or Harris issues or her beliefs. It's a question of her level of information. The Democrats' nominee has she's famous for not really preparing for stuff. Undoubtedly, she's going to be going through probably what Biden did, a full week of boot camp, preparing for that September 10 debate. But her whole record indicates very often a splashdown, almost scatterbrained approach to stuff. Yeah, while Trump is incredibly well prepared and incredibly knowledgeable, I think that we're going to see a huge Trump move after September 1, starting then, and then that momentum carries through Election Day, even with Harris preparing. Yeah, how do you brief somebody who didn't understand that North Korea was communist and South Korea was democratic? How do you brief somebody who has no fundamental knowledge about anything in foreign affairs or economics? You can brief, but you cannot re-educate. Trump, meanwhile, has a deep understanding of all these issues, having lived with them for years. 4 years as president, and then during the time after he left office. When you get these two together, the contrast is going to be incredible. The phrase I think will come to dominate people's perceptions is Kamala Harris is lightweight. And we're dealing with what you're looking at now in the polling is a photograph right in the middle of changes. And I think it's going to be very significant. The shift in polling, meanwhile, is almost entirely among voters under the age of 25 and black voters. And he doesn't think those high numbers will last. Who knows? He predicts, anyway, it'll stop the day Trump faces her in a debate. We shall see. But we're all anxiously anticipating, right? Good morning, Scarecrow. Welcome into the final hour.
Well, Steve, I heard Horse Feathers caller. Obviously, he was a late arrival to the program this morning. Steve, I think he is clueless about he and his fire truck serving duty at your bash there. I had thought for a moment, well, as long as he gets the fire truck to Cincinnati, we can get it covered, since it sounds like blind man services are being offered up to drive that unit. We just need a bell ringer and someone to run the siren. But then I started thinking, somebody, I think it was Gilligan, had maybe mentioned the blind man was going to be doing the swimming suit competition judging.
Right.
And given that's going to be a hands-on chore for him, he's going to have his hands full. I don't know if he's going to be able to drive that fire truck. So Anonymous may end up having to stay over, and that'll be the full week, given that this event is probably going to have to start this weekend. But I'm sure he'll be calling in after a little bit to get further details, and you can set him straight on where we're going with that. This whole campaign, the Democrats are running and campaigning as if Trump is in the White House right now. It just, and they're never going to face up to the fact that where the country is right now is where they have led us, and the fact that nearly half of the voting populace supports this current administration, and that they're willing to double down on and vote her in. There is no hope in that vein. Tim Walz. Now he's no Joe Biden. I mean, referencing back, remember how Joe, he could lie his way through any speech, and with all his life experiences and such. Well, Walz, he's not, I can't say he's lying, but he's got this knack of taking the truth and twisting it around some. But if he hangs on with this administration, I'm sure it'll rub off. Now we all know about his military experience and rank. That was the first thing that came out. Now I think it was Megyn Kelly's program yesterday. I think that's where I heard this. He kind of, I don't know if you call it boasting, but he's made it known that he's been this football coach, high school football coach.
Right.
Well, I believe the truth is he was a volunteer assistant coach. He carries on like, well, that was his baby, that was his ball game, and but so there's, like I say, there's more to that story. The rest of the story there too. Now it was on the program before your program tonight on Megyn Kelly talking about this, that regarding the birth of their first child, their daughter, they, like many couples in the country, they had problems conceiving.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's two processes. There's one where the woman is inseminated, as she referred to it, the turkey baster version.
Right, the in vitro.
There's also yes. Well, then there's the second version where the egg is removed. Then it's fertilized and placed back within the womb, and that's a far more complicated, expensive and risky procedure. Well, 3 times now, and since I think just in July, he was recorded as as saying that they went through this more complicated, I forget the more complicated, risky version, when in reality it was the other one. So was this by accident, or the trying to embellish the story? That's kind of what people are kind of more thinking was the actual reason for it and such. But so yeah, like you say, he's not nearly as far out there as Joe is in his embellishment and such. But no, he hangs with this administration or potential administration. Like, oh yeah, he'll work right into things there. The thoughts are, what did Bongino have to say? I've totally forgotten, but a couple days back he did bring up how many of his listeners have been suggesting that he get over the January 6th thing and the cocaine thing and everything else within the Secret Service.
Right. Move on.
And he's basically saying, you guys go to hell. This is something that, the facts are there. They just got to be brought out. And, like as he says, they know damn well where that cocaine came from. They just got to figure out where the digital fingerprints, where they disappeared to. But Bongino, he's just going to keep pressing it, Steve, which kind of has me wondering, the Secret Service, they have this, the pecking order, so to speak, the pyramid as to who is the most, what's the phrase, the most likely to need protection, Secret Service protection. Obviously, the president is on the top, but right now, we know Trump is right alongside the president, if not even maybe a greater risk, for protection from the Secret Service.
Yeah.
My thoughts are, how about Bongino himself? For his willingness to dig and what he knows, his history and his contacts and such, just where might he be in that pecking order of a potential assassination and such? Just a little fuel for thought there.
Points to ponder. Yeah, and I mean, especially with, as we shared earlier, the Iranian threat. Yeah, where Iran said they want Donald Trump eliminated before November the 5th. Well, it was a truck driver. I was just trying to do the right thing. No, that ain't going to work. He was caught smuggling a Mexican family across the border August 15, Interstate 35 at a checkpoint. According to the Laredo Morning Times, truck driver Ryan Christopher Pervin initially stopped a few meters past the booth at the border and acted confused that he was supposed to stop and speak with an agent at the border. He then told agents he was alone in the truck and agreed to further inspection. Well, secondary inspection revealed several people hiding under the bed, in the sleeper berth, and in the side compartment of the cab. Agents apprehended 5 migrants from inside the truck. Pervin later told agents he was approached by a person in Mexico who asked that he transport his family to San Antonio. He said he agreed because he wanted to help the family. He said he was trying to do the right thing. He admitted to allowing the people into his tractor. When asked what kind of people he allowed into his tractor, that was pretty much it. He exercised his right to an attorney, and all questions at that point ceased. But I don't know. I was trying to do the right thing,
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, for many around the country, it is a concern headed toward November. Yeah, with the millions that have crossed into this country, how many of them, in some form or fashion, may actually attempt to vote on Election Day? Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announcing this past day he's launching an investigation into reports that non-citizens are illegally being registered. In a statement, he said Texans are deeply troubled by the possibility that organizations purporting to assist with voter registration are illegally registering non-citizens to vote in our elections. And his office is investigating every credible report we receive regarding potential criminal activity that could compromise the integrity of our elections. It is a crime to vote or to register to vote if you are not a United States citizen. In Texas, lying about being a U.S. citizen when registering to vote or helping someone to do so is a crime carrying a sentence of up to 180 days in jail and a fine of up to $10,000. Also, it's a crime in Texas for someone who is not a U.S. citizen and a state resident to vote or help someone vote who is not a U.S. citizen and a state resident. That crime carries a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, as well as a fine of up to $10,000. How do you investigate? We shall see. Who was it? Lone Ranger, last week, brought up where he had to go into the DMV, whenever he was registering a tag or something, and they had the guy sitting right there at the door with the forms to fill out. Would you like to register to vote? And he was kind of inquiring, well, okay, so I fill out this form, and I simply have to check this box here that says I am a U.S. citizen. What if I check that box and I'm lying? Yeah. Whose job is it to actually check that? And as he explained at the time, they kind of went round and round. But I don't know. I don't think that happens. Surely people don't do that, right? Uh-huh. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm getting a late start myself this morning. I had to wake up and get up out of bed so I could call you there. I'm still waiting on the consignee to get in here and open the doors up for an 8 o'clock appointment. Well, down there on the border, they always ask you, are you a U.S. citizen or is anyone else in the truck with you? I show them my passport card. And I told one day, I said, don't I look like a big old redneck to you? And I thought he was going to fall off his perch chair, Steve. I see the federal government put out some baloney. They created 818,000 fewer jobs than previously reported.
Yes, how about that?
Those figures are always, Yeah, they always just full of baloney on that there. And then Prince Harris, pal, he claimed he's an angry boy in America. Didn't we kick those inbred rednecks back across the pond back in 1970, or not 1976, 1776? Boy, go home there. Michelle Obama, she wore nearly a $3,000 pantsuit to the DNC while touting her parents were suspicious of the wealthy. Yeah. Well, we should be just like her parents and be suspicious of you and Barry, too, there, right?
I couldn't afford to purchase my princess a $3,000 pantsuit. I don't know. How about you? How many $3,000 outfits Tennessee got in her closet?
Oh, she ain't got no $3,000 pantsuit in her closet there. We're just like everybody else, living paycheck to paycheck. And according to the New York Post, Slick Willie wasn't looking too good. When he gave his speech there, said he'd probably see him in the nursing home the next time the DNC had a convention. Well, proves one thing: we all have a date to meet our Creator eventually. There,
yes,
right?
No doubt.
And here's one I've never figured this one out. Harris Department of Energy calls for clearing of nuclear weapons. I don't even know what they were talking about on that. And this is a thick slice of baloney from the Babylon Bee. A 34-year-old identified as Damian Trevor was out-of-state attendee at the Democratic National Convention, had his hopes dashed Wednesday when he thought he was waiting in line for a delicious burrito and then accidentally got a vasectomy instead. So he was real disappointed.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Yahya Sinwar, you know who that is?
No.
No, he's the mastermind of the October 7th attack on Israel there. I better hurry. Break's coming up. I got a couple more things. But anyway, he had one request, just don't kill me. He added that to the ceasefire agreement. So, since I started late, did you talk about the email I sent you on the big PP Ohio's fire truck?
I have not touched on that. No, sir.
Well, they bought him a new fire truck, and it's got PP wrote on the front of it there. I was just wondering, did they go to singing Chuck Berry's song, My Ding-a-Ling, on their way to the fire?
I don't know where that township is, but yes.
That's all my bull.
Yes, indeed. PP Township.
That's all.
Just like it sounds. P-double-E. They got a new fire truck. It's PP Township. It's kind of funny. But we'll take a quick time out here, news break, and we'll get back at it here right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. What do we have? Thursday coming on. Friday Eve, as we'll call it. And we'll be back after this.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz has branded Donald Trump weird and dangerous at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The Minnesota governor promised Kamala Harris was ready to lead the U.S. with energy, passion and joy. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
It was a short but energetic speech from Tim Walz in which he embraced his small-town American upbringing. He said that his outlook was all about being a good neighbour, promising to look out for other people even if they had different views. He introduced himself to America, telling stories of his time as a high school teacher and an American football high school coach. He followed speeches which drew a contrast between Kamala Harris's campaign and that of Donald Trump's, including a surprise appearance from Oprah Winfrey, where she urged voters to choose the optimism of Harris over the cynicism of Trump, saying it was a choice between common sense over nonsense. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Divers continue searches on Thursday for a missing person after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. On Wednesday, 5 bodies were found on the boat by divers. Investigations also continue into how the yacht sank on Monday. Technical diver Jeff Cornish says conditions will be very difficult for search teams.
They're very confined spaces. You've got to get yourself and your equipment through into those spaces. And with that limited amount of time that some of those early divers seem to have had, I can imagine it being very, very problematic.
US prosecutors have charged a Chinese dissident arrested in New York with being an agent for Beijing's intelligence service. Naturalized US citizen Yuanjun Tang is also accused of making false statements to the FBI. In India, security's been beefed up outside the hospital where a trainee doctor was raped and murdered. Federal Reserve Police forces have been asked to take charge of security at the RG Kar Medical Hospital as doctors continue protests demanding justice for the victim. Correspondent Ishan Gergs at the hospital in Kolkata.
The doctors here are saying that the investigation is dragging on for far too long, and there are also concerns that when the vandalism took place at this hospital on 14th August, some of the crucial evidence could have potentially been destroyed. So that's why the doctors here are asking the federal government to proceed with the investigation quickly, and they say that until justice is finally served, they are not going to stop their protest at this site at RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata. We're also going to see heavy deployment of federal police force here at this hospital because concerns have been raised about the police competency, saying that the police was unable to stop a group of vandals from entering this college on 14th August and demolishing large parts of this property.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Well seen as inquiring minds want to know. PP Township in Ohio, population 7,400, is believed to have been named for the nearby PP Creek, which you've probably seen as a stopover between Poo Poo Point in Washington and PP Island in Newfoundland. PP Creek is not named for the liquid that flows through it, but for the initials that were scratched into a tree on its banks by an early European settler, reading two letters, PP, which those initials did not have their current connotation when they were scrawled, nor when the township was established in 1798. They wouldn't take on that modern meaning for almost a century when the Oxford English Dictionary recording the first known written use of PP referencing urine in 1890. Places with funny names like this naturally tend to generate amusingly labeled emergency vehicles, such as the police cars of Sandwich, Massachusetts, or Climax, Georgia. The best example I've personally encountered in my travels was in Pie Town, New Mexico, whose town bakery honors the community with a damn good apple pie, specifically a green chili apple pie. Don't skip town there without a slice. Pie Town. Pie Town, fire and EMS, okay? Morning, Jolly Green Giants.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I just want to let you know that Sex Maniac has a dry bulk tanker full of Jell-O ready for your party there on Labor Day.
Yeah.
He's going to be arriving the night before there at Northgate there off of Coleraine Avenue. He is just going to have to, he's going to need a police escort to your house so that way that he can deliver the Jell-O. We're going to have Jell-O wrestling that day. And, no, Blind Man won't be participating in that.
Oh, okay.
So, I wanted to call in and I wanted to remark about the debate that you were talking about. You were talking about Harris and Trump. The thing that bothers me about the whole thing is the reason that they're not scheduling any debates, they think he's going to be in prison. So how is he going to debate Harris if he's in prison? So that's the question I've got, you know.
I thought the sentencing date was September 14, so that'd be like 3 days after the first debate.
Oh, okay. So we are going to have a debate then, okay? And I do agree with you. I believe Trump is going to wipe her off the face of the earth. I think he is a very knowledgeable man beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I don't know if I brought this to your attention. My sister, who is a independent, and my cousin, who's a flaming liberal, was on Facebook over the weekend. My sister accused Trump supporters of being a cult. And my cousin, who's a flaming liberal, agreed with that statement. Now, so I text Gilligan and I said, Gilligan, you have got to look at what my cousin and my sister are saying on Facebook. And I said, I can't comment. I don't want to get in the middle of it because the fact is it's family. But I got to be honest with you. My sister made the statement that she's for the Constitution of the United States. She's for freedom of speech and freedom of religion. Okay? Well, and that's all fine and dandy. Go ahead and vote Harris in for another 4 years, and you won't have the right of freedom of speech. You won't have freedom of religion because you'll be worshiping Allah, and they'll come take your guns away. So that's what they're pushing for. I don't understand why my sister doesn't understand that, but like I said there, I'm not going to get on there. I'm not going to get in a pissing contest on Facebook,
right?
And no. I'm sure not going to, get in an argument being between my cousin and my sister because that family. And so I just ignore it. But I told Gilligan, you are welcome, and any of the supporters out there are very welcome to get on there and hammer them. Okay, you got my permission, but I just wanted to say. It's kind of interesting, all these characters calling in tonight, all these rednecks calling in, and then split personality. I think some of our characters are schizophrenic. So it's been an interesting show tonight, Steve. So that's all I could say. I want everybody to have a safe trip tonight. and maybe we'll check in with you tomorrow night.
Very
So
good.
Have a good night.
That would be Casual Friday, right? Okay, yeah, so debate number one, that is scheduled September 10. And I did a quick double check there. Former President Trump now stands to be sentenced on September 18 on those 34 felony counts for falsifying business records. So September the 18th. So about a week after that first debate, we'll see. I mean, the $1 million question, will they actually sentence him to jail? Will they sentence him to home confinement sort of thing? What's it take to get him off the campaign trail? We shall see. I remember many times over the years, my father, how many years ago has that been? He's been gone for like 15 plus years now. Yeah, always talking about internet security. I'm going back to the much earlier days of the internet. Back when we were always concerned about viruses getting into our systems. How do you protect your systems? How do you protect the likes of critical infrastructure and government and all those important things? It's one thing to get a bug in your home computer or your personal computer. Things get bigger when it gets into business computers, and then you've got these massive government databases. They used to have these gatherings where the bad guys, it was traditionally the kids that, the young adults that live in their basement of the mom, and all they have time to do is play around on computers and cause mischief and hack into other things they have no business getting into. He kind of alluded to, why don't you take these bad guys and bring them all in and use their knowledge to garner better security that, create something they can't get into. Does that make sense? That has been going on for years, believe it or not. The latest was out of Brea, California. The front line in the battle to protect critical infrastructure ran earlier this month at a rental house in Orange County. More than a dozen hackers. Now, in this case, it was from Arizona State University, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Purdue University. Tap in on their laptops, spreading among tables, couches, kitchen counters, looking over each other's shoulders, sometimes asking peers or even professors for help. Their mission during this, what they referred to as hackathon, was to write a program that can scan millions of lines of open source code, identify security flaws, and fix them, all without human intervention. Success would mean winning millions of dollars in a 2-year contest sponsored by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. This is one of the clearest signs to date that the government sees flaws in open source software as one of our biggest security risks, and they consider artificial intelligence vital to address it. From open source programs such as the Linux operating system, which help run everything from websites to power stations. The code is not inherently worse than what's in proprietary programs from the companies like Microsoft and Oracle, but there just aren't enough skilled engineers that are tasked with testing it. As a result, poorly maintained free code has been at the root of some of the most expensive cybersecurity breaches of all time, including the 2017 Equifax disaster, exposing the personal information of half of all Americans. Yeah, that incident led to the largest ever data breach settlement, costing the company more than $1 billion in improvements and penalties. If people can't keep up with all the code being woven into every industrial sector, DARPA is hoping machines can. The goal is having an end-to-end cyber reasoning system that leverages large language models to find vulnerabilities, prove that they are vulnerabilities, and patch them, according to one of the advising professors. To get there, the team was grappling with the grim reality behind lofty artificial intelligence aspirations, doing things like imposing sanity checks to catch hallucinations, verifying that patches actually solve the issues that they're supposed to, and having two artificial intelligence systems debate each other over the best fix, with a third artificial intelligence deciding the winner. AI is like a 3-year-old with infinite knowledge. You have to give it affectionable feedback. You talk about what some of the contestants were dealing with there. It sounds to me like we're putting together a system where, indeed, much like all the way back to the original Terminator, the film, the Hollywood film, science fiction at the time, where we're trying to create something of that nature. But, yes, horse feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hopefully our communication device is in well-working order at this point. But anyway, so as I was sitting there loading my trailer, looking at all the rail cars that brought the propane to the facility, I was thinking about Canada. Do you know what time of year it is in Canada, Your Honor? Have you stepped outside lately and noticed this Canadian air that we have?
Yeah, so in other words, it's probably a bit cooler up there, huh? It's kind of feeling like fall.
Yeah. So a lot of their crude oil and then their refined products, such as home heating fuel and propane, move a lot in rail cars. A lot of distribution facilities. So I guess what they might be a little lacking of if this rail strike goes on for any amount of time, because the first thing they stopped on the rail was the hazmat.
Right.
So that'll be the first shortage, because not only will it be the end user products, but you think about the crude oil coming into the refinery process. So you got all the products that come out of refined crude oil that are going to be impacted as well. So anyways, there's that for now. And I caught a video there of a DOT stop, a lady DOT officer that stopped a car carrier truck that was a trailer that was fifth wheel mounted, not the stinger mounted, not the trail behind, but up on the regular fifth wheel. And he had cars that on the trailer were overhanging the front of the trailer towards the back of the cab, which interferes with absolutely nothing as long as it doesn't hit the back of the cab. And I guess he had an overhang at the back as well. And the trailer itself was a 53-foot trailer. And she was citing him for the overhang, saying that made the trailer more than 53 feet. And he would have to offload the vehicles and fold in all of the ramping structure that held the vehicles, to extend over the ends of the trailers to make the trailer a 53-foot trailer again. And I didn't know if Rubber Duck might be able to comment on that a little bit. I mean, I see a lot of flatbeds going down the road that are hauling steel and stuff that are not labeled oversized, that have the steel hanging over the front because they no longer have headboards on flatbed trailers. So the steel or long pieces of lumber that they haul are overhanging the front, and then a lot of times they're overhanging the back as well. And they'll put a red flag on, and I thought you were allowed a 4-foot overhang as long as you didn't exceed 4 feet at the back, you weren't allowed a 4-foot overhang off your trailer. So I don't know. Maybe Rubber Duck has some information on that there, but that was kind of something that caught my eye the other day there on one of the videos. And but anyways, I don't know. It was one last thing I was thinking of, and I don't know. Did I tell you what the third thing was? If we had time.
No.
All right. I remembered the twos, so there was one more thing I was thinking of, but we'll see what we can do with that. But hey, actually, happy Friday Eve and happy casual Friday Eve, I guess it is.
That is correct.
So we'll see if we'll do that, and we'll try to remember the main use headset for tomorrow, even though this one seems to be holding out today. So we'll check back in with you later. Thank you, Your Honor.
Safe travels is, again, another late start. But for those who may have joined the program a bit later, the midnight hour came and went, Eastern time this Thursday morning, and the lockout is underway. Both of Canada's major freight railroads have come to a full stop with the contract dispute with their workers, the impasse that could bring significant economic harm to businesses and consumers in Canada and the U.S. if the trains don't resume running soon. Canadian National and CPKC both locked out employees after that 12:01 a.m. deadline arrived this morning. No new agreement. The Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, representing some 10,000 engineers, conductors, dispatchers, all rail traffic in Canada and all shipments crossing the U.S. border have stopped this morning. Now, those two rail lines will continue to operate in the U.S. and Mexico. Billions of dollars of goods move each month between Canada and the U.S. via rail, though, of course. If rail traffic grinds to a halt, businesses, families across the country will indeed feel the impact. I haven't seen anyone really highlighting how quickly those impacts will be seen. I'm thinking surely it would take a few days. If there's operations, are there operations that run on a just-in-time system, relying on rail shipments? I know a lot of that just-in-time relies on truck shipments. Manufacturing workers, their communities and consumers, all sorts of products will be reeling from supply chain disruptions. Then there's the other impacts. Thousands of commuters, some 32,000 in Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal. At this point, how am I going to get to work today? Those who use the mass transit, they're not running. Business groups, of course, had been urging the government to intervene, which the Prime Minister this past day declined to force both sides into arbitration. All right, despite the lockout, Teamsters say they're at the bargaining table with both companies. Many companies across all industries rely on railroads to deliver the raw materials and then the finished products. So without regular rail service, they may have to cut back, or in some cases, some of these industries may even have to close. That's why the U.S. government kept the workers from going on strike 2 years ago, forcing them to accept a contract despite their concerns about the demanding schedules and the lack of paid sick time. I would suspect maybe those railroads in Canada thought that surely the government's not going to allow, realizing the disruption, the billions of dollars of impact to so many people and businesses, they surely would, thinking that they would do exactly what the U.S. did. For whatever reason, Justin Trudeau opted to not do the same. Just a couple minutes left here, but yes, good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. Thank you for taking me. I know we've only got a few minutes, but in my nice travels across 49 states and 5 trips to Canada all over this country, I've been to such wonderful towns as Novlik, Missouri, Ding Dong, Texas, and of course the King of Texas. I've been to his hometown, Bob Wills of Turkey, Texas, and of course the Texas Bad Man, the professional wrestler known as Stan the Lariat Hansen from Borger, Texas. So, yeah, we got a lot of unique names. Scarecrow mentioned a while ago about Bongino may be in trouble as far as being assassinated. Go look up Dorothy Kilgallen. Dorothy Kilgallen, she was a former columnist, journalist, and game show host. And she was about to bust the Kennedy case wide open on who all did it. And she mysteriously ended up dead of an overdose, and all her work taken. And no one knows what happened to it to this day.
Wow.
So, yeah, that is a true statement. Before I found you, there's a guy on there who about every other year he'll be a guest on Coast to Coast with George Norrie, and he's delved deep into the murder of Dorothy Kilgallen. So you can go look it up and see who she was, personal friend of the Kennedy family, and so she was the last one to ever speak to Jack Ruby before he was assassinated. Before we end this at the DNC, and I have not listened to any of it but sound bites. Only thing I've heard is Trump this, Trump that, bashing. I've heard no resolution to the problems that's going on, except for Harris talking about going after the supermarkets and everything like that. Well, that's a play out of the communist playbook, Steve. It really is. But God, children, we love you out there, and I want to encourage you in your travels. Travel to the overnightdriveradio.com and get all your Steve Summer needs. Remember this: love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do and something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and our Lord does love you because He died on the cross for your sins. Oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Everyone, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow evening on the Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive.
All righty, on a casual Friday. All right, so the rail strike in Canada is underway. Now we're just kind of counting down. Are we going to see a possible East Coast longshore strike? East Coast and Gulf Coast coming up at the end of the month. They did cite some of the numbers. Port of Long Beach in Southern California set a monthly record last month as retailers were getting a head start trying to get that inventory in, headed into the peak shipping season due to those concerns. So they said for the most part we're in good position headed into peak shipping season, back to school supplies, shippers moving goods ahead of potential tariff increases. We'll have more on our Friday morning edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna animal.